Chapter 639. Chaotic battle. Hearing the curses, Song Yu and Lin Tianjiao glanced at Fu Renjia proudly. Fu Renjia didn't explain. Given his pride, he didn't bother to explain. This undoubtedly proved that it was Fu Renjia who had initiated the Battle of Legacy in advance. Even many warriors in Beichuan Kingdom cast dissatisfied looks at Fu Renjia. Long Gang, who was beside him, was already gnashing his teeth. As expected, Fu Renjia started the Battle of Inheritance ahead of time. I was just one step away. That 2000 combat power talisman was right in front of me, but I could only watch as it was teleported here. Sigh, brother, look on the bright side. I was even more unlucky. I had already made it to the first stage and killed the guardian puppet to its last breath. Just as I was about to pass, damn it, I was suddenly teleported in. Jing Wushou patted Long Gang's shoulder and cursed angrily. Only then did Yi Fei realize how much anger and resentment he had caused by starting the Battle of Legacy in advance. It was no wonder that Lin Tianjiao and the other two instantly joined forces to defeat Fu Renjia. Yi Fei immediately decided that he would never reveal that he was the one who started the Battle of Legacy. As for this blame, it was best to let Fu Renjia take it. Fu Renjia, I have no choice but to let you suffer. Yi Fei silently looked at Fu Renjia with a sympathetic gaze. Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu also looked at Fu Renjia with arrogance and provocation. As long as they could drag Fu Renjia down, the position of the number one genius would change. At this moment, the two of them had obviously abandoned their former enmity and were closely united. Even the always mysterious Chen Mengyao was on their side. This undoubtedly boosted their confidence greatly. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right and that everyone's anger towards Fu Renjia had been ignited, Song Yu didn't hesitate and directly ordered, "Pass down my orders. Fu Renjia deserves to be killed. Everyone, don't hold back. Attack with all your might and kill them all. Kill, kill, kill." More than 10,000 warriors were roaring at the same time. They were not ordinary warriors. They were all martial kings. Not even Wu Jun, a title battle pet warrior, would have the courage to face them alone, let alone Fu Renjia. Fortunately, the Beichuan nation cultivators were dissatisfied. After all, Fu Renjia was a genius of their Beichuan nation. They had no other choice but to support Fu Renjia to the end. Let's go. We must help Fu Renjia win. Kill. Beichuan nation was indeed a powerful nation. Their warriors were all very ferocious. Despite being at a disadvantage in numbers, they were the first to charge forward. In an instant, the previously austere slaughterhouse instantly turned into the cruelest battlefield. Over 10,000 young martial kings started a bloody battle in order to help their outstanding talents obtain victory. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of martial artists exploding could be heard everywhere. The slaughter field was protected by the power of samsara, so no one would truly die. This also caused the martial artists to be very brave. The strong ones specifically targeted the weak ones to slaughter. The weak ones refused to show weakness. If they couldn't defeat them, they would self-destruct. Even if they couldn't kill them, they would seriously injure them. As a result, hundreds of martial artists had already turned into corpses and fallen to the ground. Soon, they were trampled into meat paste by the martial artists who came after them. Yi Fei also gasped. The melee had already begun. No one could retreat. He looked at Zhu Zhan. Zhu Zhan nodded and gave the order. The martial artists of the Beiyang nation all rushed forward with red eyes. Oh no, the martial artists of the Beiyang nation are coming. Get out of the way. They're just a bunch of trash. I can kill them all with one hand. Boom! A 2-meter-tall giant suddenly walked out from the Beiyang nation's team. He held a big axe and cut a dozen martial kings who were blocking the way into pieces, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. This caused a commotion. Oh no, it's Mang Fu. Everyone, get out of the way. He doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Mang Fu? The second of the 10 great kings. Mang Fu? Suddenly, a figure appeared directly in front of Mang Fu while he was killing. Mang Fu was startled. However, his eyes were red and he didn't care who was in front of him. He roared ferociously. "That's right. I'm Mang Fu. How dare you block my way? I'll send you to hell." Boom! The mountain splitter axe chopped down heavily with the power to shatter mountains. The shocking momentum caused many young martial kings near Mang Fu to vomit blood and retreat. Their faces were full of shock. Faced with Mang Fu's attack, Yi Fei didn't dodge. He grabbed forward with his bare hands. The axe seemed to be frozen and couldn't fall. How is this possible? You didn't even use martial arts. How can you block my strongest attack? Who are you? Wait, you are... Mang Fu only noticed Yi Fei's face at this time. But before he could speak, Yi Fei had already raised his foot and kicked heavily on Mang Fu's body. With a bang, Mang Fu's huge body was sent flying like a cannonball. Along the way, he knocked down countless warriors. Those who were hit by Mang Fu's body all had their bones broken and tendons torn, dying a violent death. Finally, Mang Fu's body suddenly exploded when Yi Fei used up all his strength. The explosion killed another 30 to 50 martial kings nearby. The battlefield was in an uproar. All the martial kings who saw this scene widened their eyes in horror. With just a casual kick, not only did he kick the powerful Mang Fu to death, he also killed over 100 martial kings in an instant. Who is this person? How can there be such a powerful person in Beiyang? A martial king exclaimed. That's not right. He looks like the North Sea Sword King Yi Fei, the fifth genius. There were also martial kings who immediately recognized Yi Fei's identity. The entire battlefield was in an uproar. Many people even forgot to attack as they looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. As a person who had been abandoned by the heavens, Yi Fei had not only not been expelled, he had actually broken the gate of all life and entered the killing field. Yi Fei, it's really Yi Fei. He actually broke the gate of all life and successfully entered the killing field. Not good. We've been tricked by Fu Renjie. Lin Tianjiao and Fu Renjie roared at the same time. Fu Renjie, this is your trump card? No wonder you took the initiative to ally with the weakest Beiyang. Chun Mingyao's face was also full of shock. Yi Fei's appearance was really beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Tianjiao and the others had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. However, if Fu Renjie's side had another genius, Yi Fei could completely use his own combat strength to make up for this disadvantage. Every genius has the strength to fight against 100 or even 1,000 at the same time. That's right, this is my trump card. Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu now, do you still think you're a match for me? Fu Renjie stood proudly in the air with his hands behind his back. He wasn't doing anything at all. He was just standing there, shining as brightly as the sun. Furthermore, Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu could tell that Fu Renjie was using some unknown method to get Yi Fei to acknowledge allegiance. Damn it, looks like we miscalculated. I didn't expect Yi Fei to be able to break the gate of all life and enter the train. That old man couldn't have gone easy on him, right? Chapter 640. The strongest prodigy. So what if Yi Fei appears? Don't forget that we have 3 prodigies on our side. We have an absolute advantage in numbers. We still have a great chance of victory, Lin Tianjiao said proudly. Yi Fei's appearance had surprised him, but it didn't affect Lin Tianjiao's fighting spirit. After all, they were all prodigies of the northern region, the strongest of the younger generation. Without the belief of being invincible, they wouldn't have come this far. Leave Yi Fei to me. I'll hold him back. As for Fu Renjie, I'll leave him to you guys. Kill him as soon as possible. As long as he's dead, we'll have one. Chun Mingyao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stood up and took the initiative to fight Yi Fei. Then Mingyao, I'll leave Yi Fei to you. Mingyao, you must be careful. Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu were very concerned about Chun Mingyao. They didn't hide their pursuit of her. Chun Mingyao only smiled and gave them an indifferent look. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Yi Fei. North Sea Sword Monarch, your opponent is me. Fairy Mingyao has made her move. How can that North Sea Sword Monarch be worthy of being Fairy Mingyao's opponent? He must have accumulated 8 lifetimes worth of good fortune. North Sea Sword Monarch, if you dare harm a single hair on Fairy Mingyao's head, we'll fight you to the death. As soon as Chun Mingyao appeared, her beauty attracted the attention of countless warriors. Many of them stared fiercely at Yi Fei. It was as if they were going to fight Yi Fei to the death the moment Yi Fei appeared. Yi Fei was speechless. This was a battlefield. If he didn't make a move, was he going to wait for Chun Mingyao to kill him? However, this also reflected how great this woman's charm was. Yi Fei really didn't know how to deal with Chun Mingyao. Otherwise, if he killed Chun Mingyao, not only would he not be able to damage the enemy's morale, but he might even cause the enemy's martial artists to go crazy. What made Yi Fei feel even more strange was that Chun Mingyao did not attack him after she arrived in front of him. Instead, she looked up at the sky. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Chun Mingyao is waiting for Fu Renjie to make the first move? Hence, Yi Fei also raised his head and looked at the sky. Meanwhile, seeing Chun Mingyao block Yi Fei, Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu, who no longer had any scruples, roared and rushed into the sky. Lin Tianjiao, let's end this quickly. While Yi Fei is busy, we'll kill Fu Renjie first, Song Yu said in a low voice. He raised his hand, and it was as if he was plucking the stars and capturing the moon. A full moon had already appeared in his hand, exuding an astonishing pressure. Fu Renjie, your era is over. Today, I, Lin Tianjiao, will replace you as the #1 genius. Lin Tianjiao's expression was arrogant, but no one felt that there was anything wrong with his arrogance. This was because he was a true genius, and also the only one who dared to confront Fu Renjie directly. At this moment, Lin Tianjiao was the first to make a move. First, a gust of wind emerged from his body, followed by thunder and lightning, and then a torrential rain. Like a god who could summon the wind and rain, Lin Tianjiao's lightning-fast attack was the first to test the waters. Rumble. Although it was a test, Lin Tianjiao still used all his strength in this attack. As he waved his fist, the void trembled and then shattered. At the same time, Song Yu also made his move. A cold look flashed across his face, and the full moon in his hand rose slowly, suddenly forming a huge moon wheel. With a whistling sound, it began to coordinate with Lin Tianjiao's attack, slashing towards Fu Renjie's head. Wind and thunder of heaven and earth, moon gazing in the well. Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu roared in unison. Their auras had completely locked onto Fu Renjie's body. The battle between the three geniuses immediately attracted the attention of all the martial artists. At the same time, both sides stopped fighting and looked towards the sky, towards Fu Renjie. However, they saw that Fu Renjie was still holding his hands behind his back. However, his body was shining like the sun, and the light was extremely dazzling. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Fu Renjie's hundreds of millions of pores were inhaling and exhaling true yuan. This true yuan finally converged into a sharp ball of sun force, which was integrated into Fu Renjie's fist and then quickly punched out. Destroy for me. The entire killing field resounded with Fu Renjie's indifferent voice. He had only thrown out a punch, but it had completely destroyed Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu's attacks. There was no wind, thunder, or moon in the world. There was only Fu Renjie's blazing fist shadows that could destroy the heaven and earth. His fist smashed down. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of gene of terrifying strength were contained in his ordinary fist. Boom, boom. Lin Tianjiao and Fu Renjie's fists collided, and it was as if two mountains had collided. Immediately, Lin Tianjiao's face turned ugly. This was because he discovered that in this exchange with Fu Renjie, even with his strong physical defense, the web between his thumb and index finger had been torn apart by Fu Renjie's fist. Dark red blood instantly dyed Lin Tianjiao's fist red, but Lin Tianjiao didn't retreat. His face flashed with madness, and in the sky, his roar resounded once again. Heaven falls and earth rends. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded in the void, as if a corner of the sky was missing. The space where Fu Renjie was at immediately exploded, turning into nothingness. Moon overflowing universe. Song Yu seized this opportunity. His face was solemn, and his hands held up a moon that was even brighter than the sun. It was as if the heavens and the earth had flipped, and day turned into night, and night turned into day. The full moon, which carried with it the power to destroy everything, suddenly struck the void at the same time Lin Tianjiao attacked. Rumble. The place where Fu Renjie was standing immediately exploded. It was as if that space no longer existed. This was the joint attack of two great heavens' prides. It was also a sure kill attack. They didn't give Fu Renjie any chance to save himself, and used their strongest attack to destroy Fu Renjie along with the space he was in. It seems like Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu's combat strength has increased greatly in the 6 Dao Sacred Palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't have teamed up to challenge Fu Renjie. Yi Fei secretly observed. What a terrifying attack. Can Fu Renjie withstand the joint attack of two great heavens' prides alone? Many martial artists looked at the sky curiously, as if they were anticipating something. Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu were also anticipating something, but their anticipation soon turned into shock. From a shattered void, a figure with black and white qi slowly walked out. It's Fu Renjie. He's not dead yet. Not only is he not dead, but why do I feel that Fu Renjie's aura is getting more and more terrifying? Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu's faces turned ugly. Then, the two of them looked at each other and roared as they charged forward. After all, they were also heaven's prides. Fu Renjie, I don't believe that you can withstand our joint attack alone. Song Yu roared, and suddenly, he began to burn his own blood essence, and a blood moon appeared behind him. I have lightning. Chapter 641. Mutation in just a breath's time. He appeared in front of Fu Renjie from 1,000 meters away. Heaven and earth lightning slash. Lin Tianjiao finally took out his strongest trump card. With the help of the lightning eye, Lin Tianjiao was like a bolt of lightning that was about to pierce through Fu Renjie's body. Not to mention, Song Yu was hiding behind him, ready to launch a sneak attack. They were confident that they could kill Fu Renjie if they joined forces. At this moment, Fu Renjie finally opened his mouth to speak. However, his voice was filled with coldness and disappointment. Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu, is this your strongest attack? To be honest, I'm really disappointed. I thought that with the two of you joining forces, I might be able to find a worthy opponent. Now, it seems like I was thinking too much, and the two of you are too weak. Yin-yang rotation. As he spoke, the black and white qi on Fu Renjie's body suddenly spun like a whirlwind, forming two yin-yang Pisces in front of him. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu's attacks landed on Fu Renjie's yin-yang Pisces. However, they suddenly felt a strange force from the yin-yang Pisces, and it bounced back. Barf! Lin Tianjiao coughed out blood as his body was sent flying by the yin-yang Pisces. Blood splattered across the sky. Bam! The blood moon behind Song Yu suddenly exploded, and he felt his bones shattering as he was sent flying. Only Fu Renjie was still standing proudly in the sky. After fighting the two geniuses, not only was he not injured, but he was also filled with a carefree and majestic aura. Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu, do you see this? This is my current combat strength. Even if you join forces, as long as your combat strength does not reach 300,000, you are not worthy of being my opponent. Fu Renjie's cold voice came from the sky. Hearing this and seeing the majestic figure in the sky, many people's hearts trembled. Fu Renjie, you actually have a combat power of 300,000. That's more than me and Song Yu combined. The Tianyi Holy Palace has given you such a huge boost. Lin Tianjiao was still barely standing in the sky, but he had already lost his will to fight. After all, he had only raised his combat strength to 150,000 in the Tianyi Holy Palace, and Song Yu happened to be the same. In other words, their combined combat strength could barely reach Fu Renjie's level. It was no wonder that Fu Renjie could easily deal with them two of the Tianyi Holy Palace's world. At first glance, both sides, Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu's combat strength, Fu Renjie's, but Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu and Song Yu's were scattered. Unless they had telepathy like twins, they'd had to form Lin and Tianjiao and Yu. Fu Renjie, use of the of you. You forced the two of us to join forces. yet we're still no match for you. But don't forget, there are not only 2 of us here, but 3 of us. Song Yu suddenly laughed wildly, and his body swayed as he stood up. Lin Tianjiao smiled. It was a smile of victory. Pass down my orders. Everyone, give up on your opponents. Even if you have to risk your lives, you have to keep Yifei occupied. Create the conditions for me, Song Yu, and Chen Mingyao. Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu were geniuses after all. After the setback, Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu quickly adjusted their tactics. Since the 2 of them could not deal with Fu Renjie, the 3 of them would attack together. After they witnessed Fu Renjie's strength, they were even more determined to drag Fu Renjie down. Otherwise, if Fu Renjie was allowed to continue growing, then it was very likely that no one in the Northern Territory would be able to resist Fu Renjie's edge in the future. Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu could think of this, and Yifei, of course, could also see some of it. He knew that the 2 of them were about to start fighting with their lives on the line. He finally shrugged, withdrew his gaze from the sky, and looked at Chen Mingyao. It seems that I have no choice but to attack you. After all, he and Fu Renjie were still allies. Moreover, Fu Renjie was a threat to others but not to Yifei. 300,000 combat strength is still within the acceptable range. Yifei thought to himself. Then, he prepared to attack Chen Mingyao. Sorry, it seems that we can't attack. Chen Mingyao smiled slightly at Yifei, then left and flew toward Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu. Behind her, a large group of martial artists had already received Lin Tianjiao's order. Nearly 10,000 martial artists rushed toward Yifei in a frenzy. Some of them began to self-destruct in midair, trying to stop Yifei from interfering in the battle in the sky. What a bunch of lunatics! Yifei was very depressed. The special rules of the killing field meant that these martial artists were not afraid of death. If they were to be besieged by nearly 10,000 martial kings, even a titled martial artist like Wu Jun would die. Greater void steps. Yifei suddenly tore open the void with his bare hands. Since he could not chase after Chen Mingyao, he might as well return to Fu Renjie's side and help him share the burden. Yifei, you don't have to come back. Help me block these martial artists with all your strength. That will be your greatest contribution. Fu Renjie's confident voice suddenly came from the sky. Shameless boasting. Song Yu, Chen Mingyao, let's not hold back. Show us all your abilities and fight to the death with Fu Renjie. Lin Tianjiao roared angrily. Of course, I will never allow an invincible king sage to appear in the North region. Song Zhong's face was filled with jealousy. The 4 big countries restrained each other. No country would want an invincible genius to appear in their opponent's country. Therefore, Song Zhong and Lin Tianjiao did not hesitate and attacked with all their strength. Compared to them, Chen Mingyao's expression was complicated. But when Fu Renjie looked at her, Chen Mingyao's face became resolute. Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu, I'm sorry. Boom. 2 balls of cold light pierced their backs. They turned around in shock and realized that the attacker was none other than Chen Mingyao. Pooh! Song Yu was caught off guard, and a large bloody hole appeared in his arm. Lin Tianjiao's body was strong, and he barely blocked Chen Mingyao's sneak attack. Both of their faces were filled with shock. The injured Song Yu's face turned ferocious. Chen Mingyao, you actually betrayed us? I'm sorry, I didn't betray you. Instead, before we entered the Forsaken Land, my Chun family reached an agreement with Beichuan country. They asked me to help Ren Jie with all my might and obtain victory in the Battle of Legacy. Hearing this, Song Yu and Lin Tianjiao almost vomited blood. They had just started scheming against Fu Renjie in the Forsaken Land, but Fu Renjie had already started scheming against them before entering. Knowing that it was useless to blame Chen Mingyao, the 2 of them could only stare angrily at Fu Renjie. Fu Renjie, so you colluded with the weakest country, Beiyang country, to make us lower our guard. Chapter 642. The Battle of the Pinnacle. Song Yu, Lin Tianjiao, I have blocked your attacks. Now, it's time for you to receive my attack. Yin Yang Revolution. Fu Renjie finally took the initiative to attack. 2 auras, one black and one white, appeared on his body. The white aura turned into the sun, emitting boundless light. The black aura condensed into the moon, emitting a chilling light. Fu Renjie rushed forward with the black and white light. His shining iron fist enveloped Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu at the same time. Fu Renjie, we will not let you succeed. Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu roared at the same time. Lightning appeared on their bodies, while a blood moon appeared on the other. They joined forces to break through Chun Mingyao's obstruction and charge forward again. Heaven and earth, wind and thunder. The vertical eye on Lin Tianjiao's forehead jumped violently, causing the weather to change. A terrifying thunder appeared between the heavens and earth. Deity, king worships the moon. Song Yu's figure became blurry, as if his entire body had merged with the full moon behind him. The full moon was like a meteor crashing into the ground suddenly. Kill! 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 The figures of the three supreme talents clashed continuously in the sky. On the ground, close to 10,000 martial artists rushed towards Yi Fei crazily, entangling Yi Fei. Yi Fei sneered at the sight. Do you think that having more people is enough? The current me is no longer the same as before. Boom! He waved his sword finger, causing a huge sword light to sweep away the self-destructing martial artists. Just as he was about to charge into the crowd and start a massacre. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred in the sky. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads to look at the sky. In the end, many people saw a terrifying scene. A corpse fell from the sky. That was Song Yu's corpse. Song Yu's face was hideous even in death. He died unwillingly. If not for Chun Mingyao's sneak attack and injuring him, how could a supreme talent like him be killed by Fu Renjie so quickly? Lin Tianjiao's face was filled with despair. With Song Yu's death, he alone was no match for Fu Renjie. Fu Renjie, you win. However, I won't let you win so easily. Everyone, listen up. Kill Fu Renjie at all costs. With that, Lin Tianjiao let out a final howl of rage. His body suddenly expanded, and then he exploded with power. Lin Tianjiao had actually chosen to self-detonate at such a critical juncture. The self-detonation of a genius was also extremely terrifying. With Lin Tianjiao as the center, a terrifying shockwave suddenly appeared in the sky. Chun Mingyao, who was nearby, didn't even realize what was going on. Her face was filled with shock as she was sucked in and died. Lin Tianjiao, this is your last resort. Fu Renjie was infuriated. He originally thought that Lin Tianjiao's target was him. Who would have thought that Lin Tianjiao would suddenly explode and drag Chun Mingyao down with him? It could be said that Li Tianjiao had used his own death to sever Fu Renjie's most reliable arm. Song Yu and Lin Tianjiao had both died in battle. The warriors of Beiyuan country and Beihuang country, who knew that they had lost, went crazy. They remembered Lin Tianjiao's last order. Even if they had to self-detonate, they had to kill Fu Renjie. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to disgust him to death. Therefore, the warriors of the two countries, who had been attacking Yi Fei in a frenzy, all rushed toward the sky and toward Fu Renjie with bloodshot eyes. Quick, stop them! The warriors of Beichuan country didn't dare to be slow. They immediately joined forces with Chun Mingyao's subordinates and desperately tried to stop these people from approaching the sky. Yi Fei, what should we do? Jing Wushou was covered in blood. He led the people of Taishan Holy Land back to Yi Fei's side. He had killed to his heart's content. He believed that after this battle of life and death, many warriors would gain a lot of enlightenment and break through. Looking at the densely packed warriors in the sky, Yi Fei shook his head and ordered in a low voice, "Pass down my order. All the warriors of Beiyang country are to retreat. Since Song Yu and Lin Tianjiao are dead, our alliance with Fu Renjie ends here." Yi Fei, could it be that you? Hearing this order, Zhu Zhen and the others suddenly understood something. They all looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. Fu Renjie, with a combat power of 300,000, was already ridiculously strong. Could it be that Yi Fei still wanted to challenge Fu Renjie? Yi Fei didn't care about other people's gazes. He looked at Fu Renjie, But Fu Renjia's gaze was not on Yi Fei, nor was it on anyone else present. Fu Renjia only stared at the glorious golden throne amidst the corpses. While many cultivators were still killing each other, Fu Renjia had already taken up the responsibility. He strode over to the throne, intending to sit down and enjoy the glory of victory. Wait! It was also at this time that Yi Fei finally walked over with his head chopped off. Yi Fei, you still want to challenge me? Fu Renjia was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. Your combat power is only 200,000. The difference between us is too great. You're no match for me now. Fu Renjia was very patient. Yi Fei, you've helped me before. I don't want to fall out with you at this time. Kill yourself. I'll remember this favor of yours. On account of his alliance with Yi Fei, Fu Renjia decided not to attack Yi Fei. These words made Yi Fei speechless. Fu Renjia, it seems that defeating Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu has inflated your confidence. I'm sorry, but I must win this battle of legacy. So come out and fight. Ignoring the shocked looks of the warriors around him, Yi Fei walked up to the sky step by step. Interesting. Yi Fei, I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. From now on, we're enemies. Fu Renjia sneered. Like Yi Fei, he was also determined to win the battle of legacy. Hence, Fu Renjia laughed and walked up to the sky again. At this time, the martial kings who were fighting in a chaotic battle all stopped and looked at the two geniuses in shock. Unexpected, too unexpected. First, Chen Mingyao suddenly betrayed us. Now, Yi Fei betrayed Fu Renjia? The remaining martial kings of the Northern Wasteland and the Northern Wasteland were all astonished. What betrayal? We only allied with Beichuan. We didn't say we'd submit to them. Go Sword King. Sword King will win. The Beiyang warriors shouted. Beiyang country, you're just the weakest ants. How dare you go against our Beichuan country? Brothers, kill all the cultivators of Beiyang country. The Beichuan warriors were enraged. Some of them immediately attacked Zhu Zhen and the others. Zhu Zhen and the others reacted quickly. Without waiting for the Beichuan warriors to attack, they all rushed up and shouted, "Kill them! From now on, Beichuan is our enemy." Ha ha! Zhu Zhen, you have less than 1,000 people left. Beichuan still has 5,000 people. Do you think you're a match for us? Chapter 643. Becoming famous in a single battle, however, their laughter was quickly interrupted by the kings of the Northern Wilderness Country. Seeing that the Northern Ocean Country and Beichuan Country had suddenly started fighting, they finally understood why Lin Tianjiao chose Chen Mingyao for his final self-destruction and why he gave such a strange order before his death. So Lin Tianjiao was waiting for the moment when the North Sea Sword Monarch and Fu Renjia turned against each other. This is also the last chance for the three countries of the northern region to defeat Fu Renjia. That's right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Tianjiao is dead, but our Northern Wilderness Country still exists. We will never allow an invincible sage king to appear in the northern region. Kill. Help the Northern Ocean Country. The martial kings of the Northern Wilderness Country who had regained their senses would, of course, not let go of this last chance to defeat Fu Renjia. They immediately switched sides and helped the Northern Ocean Country, fighting the Beichuan country martial artists. The remaining Beiyuan country martial artists were in a difficult position. After all, the Northern Ocean Country and Northern Plains were enemies and had been fighting each other for many years. Even if they knew that this was their last chance to defeat Fu Renjia, they could not fight alongside the Northern Ocean Country. Therefore, they quickly turned their target to the family factions that supported Chen Mingyao. A Beiyuan kingdom king stood out and roared, "Everyone, although we can't support Beiyang Kingdom, we can fight this group of traitors to see who is the victor. Yes, family forces are the most unreliable. If not for Chen Mingyao's betrayal, the crown prince would not have been killed. Kill them all. Roar." The Beiyuan country martial artists roared and charged over, indirectly helping the Northern Ocean Country share some of the pressure. Yi Fei and Fu Renjia were in the sky. Naturally, they could see the changes in the battle on the ground. Yi Fei's expression couldn't help but become very strange. Fu Renjia, it seems that you can't count on your subordinates' help. Umph. Even without them, it's not difficult for me to defeat you. Fu Renjia said coldly. I don't need others to interfere in my battle. Yi Fei Dai. Extreme Yang Fist. Fu Renjia's right fist suddenly flashed with a resplendent white light. With an incomparably terrifying power, he smashed over first. Just now, it was also his fist that killed Song Yu with a single punch. Massacre Fist Intent. Battle Demon Golden Body. Yi Fei didn't dare to be careless. His entire body burned with golden flames, as if a war demon had awoken. He strode forward and punched out with a domineering aura. Rumble. Wherever their fists passed, the space nearby was smashed to pieces, revealing a void. And in the middle of this void, Yi Fei's and Fu Renjia's fists collided valiantly, then separated and collided again. How was that possible? Not only did Yi Fei block Fu Renjia's punch, he even tied with Fu Renjia. Zhu Zhen and the others were extremely shocked. A draw? That's impossible. Fu Renjia's combat power is 300,000. Even the combined forces of Lin and Song Yu are no match for him. This Yi Fei is merely the 5th-ranked genius. How could he withstand Fu Renjia's attack? The martial artists of the other 3 nations were in an uproar. In the sky, the battle between Yi Fei and Fu Renjia had reached its climax as soon as it began. They were constantly swinging their fists, from 100 punches to 500 punches, and finally to the limit of 1,000 punches. Faced with such an attack, even a mountain range would be smashed to smithereens. But Yi Fei's body didn't move an inch. He was like an ancient war demon that lived for battle and died for battle. 300,000 combat power. Yi Fei, you actually have a combat power of 300,000 as well. You actually cheated. Black and white chi poured out of Fu Renjia's body like a waterfall, crashing down. But no matter how strong his yin and yang forces were, they couldn't do anything to Yi Fei. At this moment, Fu Renjia realized that he had severely underestimated Yi Fei from the beginning. All along, he had treated Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu as his strongest opponents. But he didn't know that the real opponent was right beside him. Of course, if Fu Renjia knew that Yi Fei was not only his strongest opponent, but also the main culprit who had prematurely started the legacy battle and made him the scapegoat, Fu Renjia would be even more shocked. Extreme Yin Fist. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Yi Fei with just his extreme Yang Fist, Fu Renjia's eyes flashed. A cold shadow of a fist suddenly appeared in his left hand and smashed forward. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever Fu Renjia's fist struck, space began to freeze and become extremely slow. Yi Fei also immediately discovered that his hands and feet were no longer as nimble as before. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Renjia's extreme Yang Fist was already shining brightly as it smashed towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei, you are very strong. You are definitely the strongest opponent I have ever faced. You are also the last opponent I, Fu Renjia, will face in the northern region in my life. Lose. Fu Renjia roared. Heaven and earth trembled violently with his yin and yang qi. Yi Fei let out a long howl. His howl was filled with confidence and calmness. You wanted to lose? Fu Renjia, you are still too weak. Apocalyptic sword, heaven's burial style. Boom crack. Heaven and earth paused, as if time had frozen. Fu Renjia immediately felt the same as Yi Fei. His body was sluggish, and his fist technique was slack. Boom. Both of their fists were affected at the same time. It was as if they were in slow motion as they slowly collided. Yi Fei felt a terrifying force that caused him to spit out blood and retreat out of the void. Wah! Fu Renjia wasn't much better off. Although he was barely standing in the void, he also spat out blood. Finally, he retreated out of the void and withdrew from the force on his body. Both of them are injured. Both of them are injured. Similarly, this was the first time Fu Renjia had been injured in a battle. Even when facing Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu, Fu Renjia was not injured. However, the invincible Fu Renjia of the northern region had been injured not long after fighting with Yi Fei. For a moment, The martial kings on the ground looked at Yi Fei with the same reverence as Fu Renjie. Another invincible genius has been born in front of our eyes. Many warriors couldn't help but exclaim. Fu Renjie's expression became extremely solemn. Yi Fei, you can actually injure me? Yi Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, not only can I injure you, but I can also take your life. Apocalyptic sword, heaven's devouring style. This time, Yi Fei made the first move. A huge black hole suddenly appeared above his head. Immediately, the black hole turned into a huge black sword. It tore through the void and formed a strange sword crack, slashing forward. Wherever the crack passed by, the space would shatter and cracks would appear. Fu Renjie's expression finally turned gloomy. He roared coldly. Emperor's sword technique, is this your trump card? If so, you can die now. Yin-yang rotation. Boom! The terrifying yin-yang qi suddenly turned into two rivers that flowed crazily. Suddenly, they turned into two huge black and white millstones that crushed down from the sky and crashed toward Yi Fei. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt as if his entire body was imprisoned and he couldn't move or dodge. This yin-yang millstone was even more powerful than the Heaven's Burial style. Chapter 644. A New Era. Seeing Yi Fei's shocked expression, Fu Renjie finally felt that he had the upper hand. He smiled calmly and said, everyone has yin and yang energy. The sun is in charge of life, and the moon is in charge of death. Whoever can control the yin and yang energy can control the life and death of the other party. Yi Fei, do you still think that you're a match for me? Rumble. Following Fu Renjie's words, the two huge yin-yang millstones were already in front of Yi Fei. Perhaps in the next second, they would smash Yi Fei's head and kill him. And at this moment, Yi Fei was still being restrained by the yin and yang qi, being tightly bound by Fu Renjie. Yi Fei could not help but admit that Fu Renjie was truly strong, so strong that even geniuses would feel dejected. But, hearing Fu Renjie's words, Yi Fei's face did not show any fear of death. Instead, he smiled like Fu Renjie. Fu Renjie, you are very strong. Unfortunately, I'm not weak either. Since I can't dodge, why should I? Take this apotheosis realm empty fist. Rumble. The void shattered, and a boundless will appeared from Yi Fei's body. He looked calm and relaxed as he punched. It did not look like he was going to die. Instead, it looked like he was just practicing his fist. It was simple and ordinary. It looked like an ordinary punch. However, this punch gave Fu Renjie a terrifying feeling. It actually ignored his strongest defense formed by the yin and yang energy and hit his life source directly. All his defenses and attacks were useless. Fu Renjie could only watch helplessly as a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He was so close to being killed by this punch. Unfortunately, it was still 1 centimeter short. Yi Fei's face darkened. Then, he felt intense pain all over his body. His bones and blood vessels all exploded. If it weren't for his battle demon golden body, his flesh would have been instantly destroyed by the yin and yang qi. Both sides are injured again. How is this possible? The martial artists below were in an uproar. They were so engrossed in the fight that they had forgotten about the fight. Pooh! Pooh! In the sky, Yi Fei and Fu Renjie vomited blood at the same time. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. You're actually so strong. Yi Fei's expression was extremely solemn. He knew that Fu Renjie was very strong, but he didn't expect Fu Renjie to be this strong. With a combat power of 300,000, not even Sha Dijie's bare fist could do anything to him. The smile on Fu Renjie's face was no longer present. He was different from the other geniuses. The other geniuses only claimed to be invincible. However, Fu Renjie had been invincible ever since he started cultivating. In the entire northern region, there is no one who can be a match for me. Yi Fei, you're the first and will definitely be the last. It is also your honor to die by my hands. Fu Renjie wiped away the blood and straightened his back. Surging yin and yang energy erupted from his body like a river or a waterfall. Fu Renjie didn't choose to heal his injuries. Instead, he stared at Yi Fei and said coldly, "Yi Fei, in today's battle, only one of us can survive. That person must be me." Yi Fei roared. The dazzling sword light formed a terrifying pillar of light that shot into the sky. Yi Fei's body swayed. He also didn't choose to heal his injuries. Now, he was in the same state as Fu Renjie. They were both on the verge of death. They could only release one more attack. The one with the strongest attack would be the final victor of the battle. Yin and Yang circulation, extreme Yang fist, extreme Yin fist. Fu Renjie's body was covered in blood, but his hand was filled with boundless Yin and Yang energy. It turned into a millstone and came crashing down on Yi Fei again. "Yi Fei, this time, I will definitely kill you." Fu Renjie roared with all his strength. "Fu Renjie, I'm sorry. I have to win this battle, even if I have to use all my means." Yi Fei's gaze became resolute. The green demon sword disappeared, and a raging blood-red flame suddenly burned in Yi Fei's hand. "Phoenix Blood Sword, lend me a hand." "Kill." Apocalyptic Sword, Heaven Incinerating Sword. Boom! With the Phoenix Blood Sword in hand, Yi Fei suddenly raised his combat strength to the limit. He waved the flame in his hand, and the boundless sword fire immediately dyed the sky red and roasted the earth. Everywhere was filled with boundless flames, as if it had turned into a world of flames. And in the center of this world, a terrifying sword light slashed out, forming a huge flame. In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang millstone that came crashing down was smashed to pieces. Poof! Fu Renjie looked at this scene in disbelief. His strongest attack had been broken by Yi Fei just like that. Then his eyes stared at the Phoenix Blood Sword in Yi Fei's hand, and a strong sense of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. "This is a sacred weapon?" "That's right, a sacred weapon." Yi Fei held the sword and did not have the slightest bit of joy from defeating Fu Renjie. Strictly speaking, his combat strength was only on par with Fu Renjie. If they fought, it would only be a draw or a mutual destruction. But Yi Fei won because he had the Phoenix Blood Sword, a sacred weapon that could instantly increase his combat strength by 50,000. That was why he was able to take Fu Renjie by surprise and defeat him. Therefore, Yi Fei felt guilty. "Fu Renjie, I'm sorry that I can't have a fair fight with you." Yi Fei sighed. "No matter. I've been lonely for too long. It's not bad to have an opponent. Being able to obtain a sacred weapon is also considered your strength." Fu Renjie's eyes flashed with sadness and unwillingness, but he still smiled. Being invincible was always lonely. Although he was unwilling to be defeated by Yi Fei, Fu Renjie still chose to face it with a smile. In the end, he still had a fight with Yi Fei. In the next battle, Fu Renjie, will definitely not lose again. With a touch of sadness and freedom, Fu Renjie's body was mercilessly engulfed by the raging flames. At the same time that Fu Renjie died, Yi Fei tiredly held the Phoenix Blood Sword and sat on the golden chair. He coldly looked at the surrounding martial artists. Fu Renjie is dead. Who else is unconvinced? No one responded. They had yet to recover from the shock of Fu Renjie's death in battle. Who else wants to challenge me? Yi Fei had no choice but to sit on the golden chair and ask again. Still, no one answered. However, all the martial artists looked at Yi Fei with fearful and complicated expressions. It was this person who had killed Fu Renjie. As the number one genius, Fu Renjie had been known as invincible ever since he started cultivating. Not only was he invincible among the younger generation, but he was also invincible among the older generation of martial kings. Even Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu, who were also geniuses, could only barely protect themselves in front of Fu Renjie. In the end, they were overshadowed. However, such a powerful Fu Renjie had actually been defeated. He had been defeated by the North Sea Sword Monarch. Many of the martial artists began to tremble when they thought of this. They knew that after this incident, the entire northern region was about to change. The strongest geniuses had fallen, and an even stronger genius had suddenly emerged in the northern region. This is a new era. an era that belongs only to Yi Fei. Zhu Zhen let out a long sigh. His voice broke the silence of many martial artists. The Northern Ocean Kingdom martial artists, who had recovered from their shock, all cheered wildly in excitement. Long live the North Sea Sword Monarch. We won. The strongest genius of the northern region was born in our kingdom. Compared to the wild joy of the warriors of the Northern Ocean Kingdom, the warriors of the other three kingdoms felt nothing but bitterness in their hearts. They had defeated the strongest prodigy, but now an even stronger North Sea Sword Monarch had appeared. Who could be happy? Although Yi Fei was now extremely weak and on the verge of death, when they saw the blood-stained golden throne and the blazing phoenix blood sword in Yi Fei's hand, many martial artists gave up on the idea of continuing to risk their lives. Chapter 645. The Forbidden Territory. Who else wants to challenge me? Yi Fei's weak voice came from the golden throne. No one dared to answer, and no one dared to accept the challenge. Even if Yi Fei was weak and on the verge of death, Yi Fei had used his combat strength to shock everyone in the battle just now. He had also left an invincible mark in their hearts. Who could guarantee that Yi Fei could still unleash terrifying combat strength with a sage artifact in hand? Sigh. A long sigh came from the group of warriors who supported Chen Mingyao. They were the elites of the various large families and sects in the northern region. They did not belong to the four great nations and had the least enmity towards Yi Fei. Therefore, after witnessing Yi Fei's invincible combat strength, they were the first to waver. Everyone, we support Fairy Mingyao. We have no enmity with the North Sea Sword Monarch. Instead of becoming his enemy, why don't we help the Sword Monarch? In the future, there will be another story to tell in the northern region. A warrior in yellow walked out. He glanced at Yi Fei discreetly, then suddenly raised his sword and committed suicide, falling to the ground. It's that bastard Lu Chaoyang. I didn't expect him to come to the heaven-forsaken land and secretly help me. It looks like I still owe the Lu family a favor. Yi Fei shook his head, then nodded. Thank you, brother, for helping me, he said loudly. This declaration made a few warriors who were still hesitating waver. They understood that if they continued to fight, they would only offend Yi Fei. They might as well use this matter to establish a friendship. They walked out one by one and cupped their hands towards Yi Fei. The Sword Monarch is too polite. Congratulations to the Sword Monarch for winning the Battle of Legacy. We will take our leave first. They all committed suicide and left the killing field. This caused a commotion among the warriors of the other three nations. Unexpectedly, the first to compromise were the warriors of Beichuan Nation. The king walked out and cupped his hands towards Yi Fei. Sword Monarch, although you defeated Fu Renjie does not hate you. We have no reason to attack you. We'll also take our leave first. With that, the warriors of Beichuan Kingdom also committed suicide and left the killing field. The rest of the martial artists from the northern wilderness discussed for a while. Suddenly, a few of them walked out and cupped their hands at Yi Fei. Sword King, the northern wilderness and the northern ocean have always coexisted peacefully. We hope that this peace can continue. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, Beiyang and Beihuang will never fight, Yi Fei promised. We are relieved to hear that from the Sword King. Congratulations to the Sword King for winning the Battle of Inheritance. After that, the warriors from the northern wilderness committed suicide one after another and left the killing field. Only the Northern Plains warriors remained awkwardly where they were. Northern Plains and Northern River were enemies after all. How could they watch as Yi Fei became invincible in the northern region? Sword Monarch, we admire your battle prowess, but our countries are still enemies. Therefore, I'm sorry. Pass down the order. Kill the North Sea Sword Monarch at all costs. A few martialists from the Beiyuan nation shouted loudly. After that, the remaining 1,000 Northern Plains warriors charged towards Yi Fei with bloodshot eyes. Even if there was only a slight chance, they would not let Yi Fei continue to grow. Kill them all. Yi Fei did not show any mercy to the Northern Plains warriors. He sat on the golden throne and gave the order. Zhu Zhen, Beigong Chun, Qin Bing, Jing Wushou, the 10th Prince, Shi Feng, and Luo Shi. All the surviving Northern Ocean Kingdom martial art practitioners roared angrily and fought with the remaining Northern Ocean Kingdom martial art practitioners. This battle was very tragic and lasted for 2 hours. During this time, Yi Fei did not make a move. He just watched coldly from the sidelines and secretly recovered from his injuries. After 2 hours, when he opened his eyes, there were no longer any Northern Plains warriors around him. Everyone, including Luo Shi, had died in battle. Northern Plains had also suffered heavy losses. When they successfully charged to Yi Fei's side, there were less than 50 of them left. However, when they saw Yi Fei standing up with his blood boiling, they all smiled bitterly and mournfully. We were still a step too late. Sword Monarch, you have won. However, we cannot stop you in the first battle. We will definitely do our best in the second battle. Understanding that there was no point in continuing the battle, the last few dozen people all committed suicide and left the killing field. In the end, only Yi Fei was left in the killing field. He sat on the golden throne and looked at the disappearing corpses. His eyes flashed with unprecedented determination. Don't worry. Whether friend or foe, since I, Yi Fei, have already come this far, I will not back down. In order to become the Northern region's invincible saint ruler, I will definitely do my best. With that, the golden throne suddenly brought Yi Fei back to the Azure Saint Palace. Before he could react, he heard the stone puppet's annoying laughter. Wah, I was right, wasn't I? You don't have to be afraid of your combat strength. With my tireless encouragement, obtaining victory in the Battle of Inheritance will be a piece of cake. Of course, I don't need your thanks, we're close friends. Ignoring Yi Fei's dark expression, the stone puppet walked over and put his arm around Yi Fei's shoulder. He said earnestly, "But kid, since I'm encouraging you, shouldn't you call me Grandpa?" Yi Fei tried his best to hold himself back, but in the end he could not hold back his desire to attack. He roared on the spot, "Shut up! You caused me to start the Battle of Legacies in advance. You almost incurred the wrath of the crowd and got hacked to death. Do you know that?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fortunately, Fu Renjia did not bother to explain, and the group of warriors in the killing fields did not think in that direction. Otherwise, if they knew that he had started the legacy battle prematurely, those warriors would definitely not choose to commit suicide, but to fight him to the death. Yi Fei immediately kicked at the stone puppet, but the puppet was too despicable. Before he could even make a move, the stone man in front of him sank into the ground and emerged from a distance. It even mocked Yi Fei. "Brat, you dare to hit me? You're worse than a beast. But with your combat strength, you've only just touched the threshold of the Forbidden Domain. You're still far from being able to fight me." "What's the Forbidden Domain?" Yi Fei gritted his teeth in anger, but he was still curious. The stone puppet's reaction was exaggerated. "What? You don't even know what the Forbidden Domain is? Sigh. You're too weak, too ignorant, too simple-minded. Damn, if you continue to be so despicable, I won't talk to you anymore." Yi Fei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who was this senior who created such a vile puppet? Hearing that Yi Fei did not want to talk to it, the stone puppet quickly put on a serious face and coughed. Cough, cough. The so-called Forbidden Domain is easy to understand. It's a kind of evaluation of geniuses in the ancient times. You know, when I was still alive, those geniuses challenging those with a higher cultivation level was as common as taking a dump. Kid, don't look so bad. I'm just using a metaphor. Do you understand? Hurry up and get to the point. Yi Fei could not bring himself to be nice to this stone puppet, but this stone puppet seemed to like it. Seeing that Yi Fei did not want to talk to it, the stone puppet immediately cut to the chase and said seriously, "Kid, let me put it this way. There are a total of 10 levels in the Forbidden Domain of geniuses. Every time you reach a new level, you can challenge an opponent with a higher cultivation level. For example, you have a combat power of 300,000, but you can only defeat a first-level martial saint. You can only be considered to have just touched the threshold of the ancient geniuses." Chapter 646. Revealing the secrets of heaven, the stone puppet sneered at Yi Fei's words. How is it impossible? Don't compare yourself to the geniuses of the ancient times. I can tell you that in the ancient times, although it was rare for a 10-stage martial king to defeat a 10-stage Wujun, it was still common to see a 10-stage martial king defeat a 10-stage martial king. Otherwise, why do you think our six-path sacred sect set the combat power of an official disciple at 1 million? The stone puppet thought of something and said with a yearning look, not only that, there is the divine demon domain above the forbidden domain. In the ancient times, being a genius wasn't much. Only those who truly stepped into the divine demon domain could be considered a true monstrous genius. There were also the group of people who had the highest chance of becoming a martial god. Divine demon domain? Yi Fei clicked his tongue. It was already ridiculous for a 10-stage martial king to defeat a 10-stage Wujun, but there was still the divine demon domain. And this domain was closely related to becoming a martial god. Yi Fei was shocked, but also curious. Senior, if the ancient martial artists were so strong and there were so many monstrous geniuses, then why do we know nothing about them now? Even the powerful Six Paths sacred sect has become like this? Cough, cough, kid, that's not something you can know. Instead of worrying about this, your inheritance battle is not over yet. There is still the second test waiting for you. The stone puppet obviously didn't want Yi Fei to know too much, so it changed the topic. Yi Fei had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. He then asked helplessly, Senior, what is the second test? It's very simple. When you enter the slaughterhouse again, you will face the frenzied attacks of everyone. Kill them all, and you will obtain the final victory of the inheritance battle. Otherwise, it will be a failure. The stone puppet spoke frankly with assurance. When Yi Fei heard that, he finally could not hold it in any longer. He kicked at the despicable shirt-tube before him. Screw you. You call this simple? You actually want me to face the combined attacks of Fu Renjie and the other 3 geniuses and over 10,000 martial kings? The stone puppet was even angrier. You dare to kick me? Kid, if it weren't for the Azura Saint Palace's restrictions, I would teach you a lesson right now. Besides, if you can't even pass this small test, how will you face those ancient geniuses from the outer realms against those from beyond the heavens? But don't worry, kid. Since we've allowed you to take such a test, we naturally won't make you work for nothing. Do you see the 9 palaces lucky grid over there? That's your reward for passing the first stage. Every grid conceals a treasure. If your luck is heaven-defying enough, you might be able to obtain a treasure that can greatly increase your combat strength. What if my luck isn't heaven-defying enough? Yi Fei asked with a frown. Then you can only be a piece of trash forever. It's impossible for you to obtain the inheritance of my Azura Saint Palace. The stone puppet's reply was quick and direct. It was so direct that Yi Fei really wanted to hit someone. He just couldn't understand why the 6 Tao sacred sects didn't directly give out the reward. They wanted him to try his luck. Hee, kid, there must be some doubts in your heart. You should know that our 6 Tao sacred sects are one of the strongest sects in the ancient era. When we recruit disciples, besides character, we only look at 2 things. One is heaven-defying combat strength that can allow one to become a martial god. The second is heaven-defying destiny that can allow one to become a martial god. Wanting to obtain the inheritance isn't easy. The stone puppet explained. So that's how it is. Yi Fei nodded. Only now did he realize that the 6 Tao sacred sects were really good at recruiting disciples. But you want me, a person abandoned by the heavens, to test my luck? Do you think I'm not unlucky enough? Especially the 9 grids this time, they were all sealed off. Yi Fei couldn't even see what treasures were inside. How was he supposed to choose? Was he really going to test his luck and randomly choose a grid? Yi Fei thought about it and gave up on this idea. He asked politely, Senior, what treasures are inside these 9 grids? I already said that it's a test of your destiny. As for what you can obtain, it's meaningless to tell you. Of course, if you're willing to call me Grandpa, I can consider revealing a little. The stone puppet didn't forget to tease Yi Fei. Yi Fei wasn't angry when he heard this. Instead, he called out decisively, Grandpa, Plop! The stone puppet fell to the ground in shock. It looked at Yi Fei with a strange expression and asked, "Hey kid, what did you call me just now?" "I called you Grandpa." Yi Fei called out again. He didn't feel any burden in his heart. He just treated it as a form of respect for the old man. Most importantly, he could only find out what treasures were inside if he could win over the stone puppet. Hearing Yi Fei call out again, the stone puppet that was struggling to get up fell to the ground again. It wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It looked at Yi Fei and cursed. "Brat, you're very treacherous. I was just casually joking and you actually called out. How could my mouth be so cheap to reveal the treasure of the 9 palaces grid? If that old fellow outside were to find out, wouldn't he destroy me?" Yi Fei only realized now that the treasures inside the 9 grids couldn't be revealed casually. But thinking about it, this test tested one's destiny. If he revealed the treasures in advance, it would be no different from revealing a heavenly secret. Yi Fei immediately stared at the stone puppet with an ugly expression. "Senior, you can't be that shameless, right? Then wouldn't I have called you Grandpa for nothing? Pooey. Do I look like that kind of person? How about this? I can't tell you what treasures are in the 9 grids, but I can reveal some information to you. There's a very powerful treasure inside. If you obtain it, your combat strength will increase tremendously. You might even have a chance of passing the second test. However, that treasure has a very strict requirement on one's destiny. At the very least, in all the years that the Battle of Heritage has been held, I have never seen anyone with heaven-defying luck that could obtain that treasure." After saying that, the stone puppet felt that it would break the rules if it revealed any more information. The stone puppet's head sank into the ground and disappeared to an unknown location. Yi Fei stood in his original spot and fell into deep thought. It can greatly increase my combat strength? According to what I know, in the Forsaken Land, the only thing that can rapidly increase combat strength is the combat strength talisman. Could it be that there is also a high-level combat strength talisman in here? I just don't know if a high-level combat strength talisman can help me face the attacks of all the cultivators. When Yi Fei thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. The 6 Paths Sacred Sex assessment was already extremely strict. In the current northern region, there were few talents. Instead of thinking so much, it was better to seize the time and obtain the strongest treasure inside. "Xiao Qiao!" Yi Fei shouted in his heart. With a swoosh, Xiao Qiao, who was eating a stick of candied hawthorn, sat on Yi Fei's shoulder while swinging her little feet. When she saw the huge 9-square grid, Xiao Qiao immediately understood what was going on. Xiao Qiao looked at Yi Fei with a puzzled expression. Yi Fei returned a look of certainty. "Xiao Qiao, there's a very powerful combat strength talisman in here. Help me take a look and find its location." Xiao Qiao nodded and skipped over. Just as her little hand tapped on the 9 grids, her little face suddenly fell. She made a helpless gesture to Yi Fei. Chapter 647. Choice. Yi Fei refused to give up and hurriedly asked, "Xiao Qiao, could it be that you also can't sense the spiritual energy inside?" One had to know that Xiao Qiao was a spiritual creature of heaven and earth. No spiritual energy could escape her senses. If even Xiao Qiao couldn't do anything, then Yi Fei would be even more helpless. Xiao Qiao cried out again when she heard Yi Fei's words. Her little hands kept gesturing and making many complicated movements. Yi Fei was speechless. "Xiao Qiao, are you saying that the treasures in these 9 grids are constantly moving? So you can't be sure which grid the combat strength talisman will end up in?" Xiao Qiao nodded and bit her little finger with a distressed expression. Yi Fei was also very depressed. It seemed that the Battle of Inheritance was more difficult than he had expected. Not only was the battle difficult, but even the selection of treasures was difficult. No wonder no one has been able to successfully pass the Battle of Inheritance and obtain the inheritance of the 6 Paths Sacred Sex after so long. As expected, this test is a test of luck. It is also a test of a cultivator's own destiny. For example, if the cultivator participating in the test had heaven-defying destiny, then he would be able to smoothly obtain the strongest combat strength talisman from the constantly moving treasures. From there, he would have a chance of winning the second battle. However, destiny was an illusory thing. Aside from those cultivators who had the bearing of an emperor, other cultivators, even if they were the northern region's prodigies, would not have a strong destiny. Obviously, the six-path sacred sects only needed two kinds of inheritors. The first kind had heaven-defying combat strength that could fight against the heavens and become a martial god. The second kind had the bearing of an emperor and had astonishing destiny. This kind of cultivator was blessed by the heavens. They were born extraordinary and had the potential to become a martial god in the future. However, Yifei did not include these two kinds of cultivators. I don't have heaven-defying combat strength and have been abandoned by the heavens. It's good enough that I'm not unlucky. How can I have destiny? Yifei was very depressed. In the end, he was the same as most of the people outside. He was the most ordinary martial artist in the Northern Territory. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for such a cultivator to pass the assessment of the six sacred sects, but Yifei had no choice but to pass. As long as I pass the Battle of Legacy, not only will I be able to obtain the inheritance of the six sacred sects, but I will also be able to obtain the complete Sky Destroyer sword and change my fate. Even if I am abandoned by the heavens, I will still have my own destiny. Yifei's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that the Battle of Legacy was his only chance to change the order. If he missed it, he would not be able to achieve much in his life. But what should I do to choose the combat strength talisman? Trying his luck was definitely out of the question. With his identity as someone who had been abandoned by the heavens, he would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. It looks like I'll have to ask Xiao Qiao for help. Yifei's martial heart was incomparably tenacious. Even if he knew that he would lose, he still wanted to try his best. In the process of thinking, he thought of a good idea. Although I don't have any destiny, Xiao Qiao is a natural spiritual being. His destiny is extraordinary. Only through Xiao Qiao will I be able to grasp that final chance. Therefore, Yifei looked at Xiao Qiao again and said, Xiao Qiao, since you can sense the aura of the combat strength talisman, can you deduce the movement trajectory of the combat strength talisman? This was the idea that Yifei thought of. If he could find the movement pattern of the combat strength talisman, he would also have a chance to obtain the treasure. Xiao Qiao shook his head and gestured continuously. Yifei's expression turned ugly. What? The movement of the treasure is random? The six sacred sects are indeed cunning. Doesn't this mean that if one isn't a martial emperor, it's impossible to obtain the combat strength talisman? I also won't have a chance to win the Battle of Legacy. Thinking of this, Yifei suddenly became very dejected. Seeing Yifei's dejected appearance, Xiao Qiao also felt very sad. She made up her mind and carefully tore off a piece of Lingji leaf from her body. Xiao Qiao, what are you doing? Didn't I say that if you hurt yourself again, I won't want you anymore? Yifei was shocked. He angrily grabbed Xiao Qiao and was about to beat her up. Xiao Qiao was very stubborn this time. She resolutely ignored Yifei's threat and bit her finger again. She smeared her blood on the Lingji leaf and drew a strange talisman. Although Xiao Qiao was in so much pain that her eyes were filled with tears during this process, Xiao Qiao still had a happy smile on her face. Because she could finally help Yifei. Whoosh! Xiao Qiao gently blew on the leaf in her hand. The Lingji leaf in her hand had already turned into a stream of spiritual energy and gathered between Yifei's eyebrows. Immediately, a purple vertical eye appeared on Yifei's forehead. It's the heaven and earth spiritual eye. Xiao Qiao helped me open my heaven and earth spiritual eye again. She even used her Lingji leaf and blood. Yifei's heart was very complicated. Although he knew that Xiao Qiao did this to help him, he still felt a sense of heartache. Xiao Qiao, promise me that you won't do this again in the future. Yifei blamed himself. He couldn't accept the fact that he was constantly being protected by a little girl. Therefore, he had to become stronger. From now on, he had to stand in front and protect Xiao Qiao. He couldn't let Xiao Qiao repeatedly harm herself to protect him. Yifei definitely couldn't accept that kind of thing. Seeing that Yi Fei had successfully opened his heaven and earth spiritual eye, Xiao Chao's face was very happy. She smacked a kiss on Yi Fei's face and returned to the beast-marked space, exhausted. On the spot, she swallowed a third of the spiritual stones inside and fell into a deep sleep. Obviously, opening the heaven and earth spiritual eye consumed a lot of Xiao Chao's energy, especially when she was still a little girl. To Yi Fei, this was a very heavy burden. Yi Fei's heart couldn't help but become heavy. But what had already happened, and he couldn't blame Xiao Chao. It seems that the only thing I can do now is not to disappoint Xiao Chao. With a bitter laugh, Yi Fei raised his eyes and looked at the Lucky Nine Palaces grid in front of him again. Then, something happened that shocked him. His heaven and earth spiritual eye actually penetrated the barrier of the Nine Palaces grid without any hindrance. He could clearly see the vague shape of the treasure inside. Although the shape was very vague, Yi Fei could still determine the movement trajectory of the combat power talisman hidden inside at a glance through its outline. This combat power talisman is mine. Whoosh! Seeing that the combat power talisman was about to move to a position in the Nine Palaces grid, Yi Fei moved at lightning speed. Even if it was to not disappoint Xiao Chao, he had to get this combat power talisman. Whoosh! 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 Light flashed continuously. Just as Yi Fei moved and grabbed for the combat power talisman, the figures outside the killing field, who had either died in battle or committed suicide, were all revived under the effect of the land of reincarnation. The entire square was filled with people. But the first thing these people did when they were revived wasn't to check their own bodies. Instead, they asked each other, who won the Battle of Legacy this time? Was it Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu, or Fu Renjie? Ha ha! Don't count on Lin Tianjiao and Song Yu. They're all dead. They were killed by Fu Renjie with a combat power of 300,000. There's only one winner, and that's Fu Renjie. Chapter 648. Shock. Swoosh. But before these people could finish their discussion, another batch of martial artists that had died in the killing field were revived in the square. Their complexions were ugly, and many of them were horrified at this moment. Defeated, Fu Renjie was also in the crowd. He looked at the shocked faces in the square and sighed heavily. Then, he walked to the side and meditated, not saying a word. Defeated? Fu Renjie was defeated? Seeing Fu Renjie walk out in defeat, the noisy square suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at Fu Renjie in disbelief. The strongest genius in the North region, Fu Renjie with 300,000 combat power, was resurrected in the square under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Fu Renjie, you? Chen Mingyao wanted to say something, but stopped. Haha, I succeeded. Fu Renjie, you were defeated by us. A smile flashed across Lin Tianjiao's face, but his smile was filled with bitterness and shock. When he self-destructed, it was firstly because he felt hopeless about defeating Fu Renjie. Secondly, he wanted to kill Chen Mingyao and use the opportunity to sow discord between Yi Fei and Fu Renjie. He wanted to do his best to prevent Fu Renjie from ascending to the throne of the invincible Holy King. However, Lin Tianjiao did not expect that his plan to give up in despair would actually succeed. Yi Fei actually took advantage of this one in a million chance to kill Fu Renjie. How'd he do it? Could it be? Suddenly Lin Tianjiao thought of something. The shock on his face turned into fear. Fu Renjie's combat power had reached 300,000 and was the strongest in the North region. At the same time, Fu Renjie had the support of Beichuan country and the North region's families and sections. Their numbers were huge. But even so, Yi Fei still managed to kill Fu Renjie. There was only one possibility. Yi Fei's combat power might have surpassed Fu Renjie's. In other words, while Lin Tianjiao had pulled Fu Renjie down, he had also personally pushed an even stronger genius into the position of invincible in the northern region. Sigh, I miscalculated. I actually pushed Yi Fei to that position. I don't know if it's good or bad. Lin Tianjiao sighed and turned to leave the square. Only Song Yu remained in the square, staring at the last batch of people who were resurrected. Many martial artists who did not believe that Yi Fei could win were the same. When they saw the last batch of people resurrected, they immediately rushed up and asked, "Brothers, why are you the only one? Where's the Sword King of North Sea Sword? Is he dead? Who won? Who won?" Yi Fei. All the martial artists who were being asked had a confused expression. "I'm sorry, but the Sword Monarch of the North Sea didn't die." Zhu Zhen and the others stepped forward together to answer everyone's doubts. The rumor was confirmed, and the noisy square became quiet again. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Boom! It was not until 3 minutes later that the martial artists in the square started to clamor again. What? The sword of the North Sword, the sword of North Sea Sword? Does of God, Chua fan translations that means yi lu, that yi that. Even with a combat power of 300,000, he still could not defeat the Sword King of North Sea Sword. How strong is Yi Fei? Looks like the North region is going to change. The old king has fallen, and a new king has been born. This is a new era, an era that belongs to the Sword King of North Sea. Many young martial kings sighed. When Yi Fei was announced to be abandoned by the heavens and was almost expelled from the Six Paths Sacred Palace, who would have thought that Yi Fei would reach this step? He had defeated Fu Renjie with his invincible combat power. At the same time, he had stepped on the other geniuses to become the strongest in the North region. Damn it! Who does Yi Fei think he is? How can he be so strong? I refuse to accept this. Big brother, you should be the #1 prodigy instead. Song Zhong was extremely unhappy. Most importantly, he had offended Yi Fei. If Yi Fei became the strongest genius, wouldn't he have to avoid Yi Fei in the future? He was really angry. Not only Song Zhong was angry, but Song Yu, who was standing next to him, also had an ugly expression. But Song Yu was extremely shrewd. After his anger subsided, he quickly regained his calm. He coldly ordered Song Zhong, kill yourself immediately and spread the news. Brother, you mean? Song Zhong was shocked. There were 2 ways to leave the Forsaken Land. First, after the test, everyone would be sent out. If one committed suicide midway, it would be counted as a failure of the test, and they would be forcefully sent out. Song Yu did not say anything, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Song Zhong shuddered as he stared at Song Yu. Then, he understood something. Song Zhong's expression became ferocious as he nodded at Song Yu. Song Zhong walked into the shadows and committed suicide. He wouldn't really die in the Six Paths Sacred Palace. The power of reincarnation quickly revived Song Zhong, but he was already outside the Forsaken Land. It wasn't just Song Zhong. When they learned that Yi Fei had defeated Fu Renjie and possessed a sacred weapon with a combat strength of more than 300,000, a few unremarkable individual martial kings in the crowd were shocked. They also left the crowd, found a dark corner, and quickly committed suicide. They also forcefully left the Forsaken Land. Yi Fei was oblivious to everything that was happening outside. At this moment, he was concentrating all his attention. Just as the combat power talisman was about to fly past him, Yi Fei suddenly stopped. It was a loud bang. Yi Fei quickly made his move. He directly smashed open the sealed 9 palaces grid with a punch. He then grabbed the ball of light inside and forcefully pulled it out. It must succeed. It must succeed. Yi Fei screamed in his heart. At the same time he grabbed the ball of light, the heaven and earth spiritual eye on his forehead had already lost its support and disappeared. At the same time, a golden jade talisman lay quietly in Yi Fei's hand. It was the ultimate combat strength talisman. After use, it could increase a martial artist's combat strength by 200,000. It's not a high-grade talisman, but an ultimate one. Yi Fei's hand that was holding the jade talisman trembled. He finally understood why the 9 palaces grid was so tight this time. The treasures inside were also moving irregularly. It was all to protect this ultimate combat strength talisman. Without amazing luck, an ordinary martial artist wouldn't be able to obtain such a treasure. It could be said that this Battle of Legacies assessment was specially prepared for martial artists with Emperor's disposition. Whether it was Yi Fei, Fu Renjie, or the more than 20,000 young martial kings in the square, They were all cannon fodder in the eyes of the six-path sacred sex. They were specially prepared cannon fodder in order to train martial artists with Emperor's disposition. It's funny that we're risking our lives for the sake of the battle of legacy. In the end, in the eyes of the six paths sacred sex, we're all just stepping stones for others. Yi Fei understood this point. Only now did he realize how cruel the six paths sacred sex assessment was. If it wasn't for Xiao Chao's help, the current him would be like those martial artists in the square, reduced to cannon fodder without even knowing it. It's just that the six paths sacred sex would never have thought that although I don't have Emperor's disposition, Xiao Chao by my side is heaven-defying enough. Even without luck, I still managed to obtain this ultimate combat strength talisman. Crack! Without blinking, Yi Fei instantly crushed the combat strength talisman the moment he grabbed it. He began to absorb the majestic power within. Chapter 649. The second battle, when the stone puppet saw that Yi Fei had openly cheated and was even refining the ultimate combat strength talisman, his eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but admire Yi Fei's courage to risk his life for money. This kid has guts. Isn't he afraid that I'll chop him up like firewood? The stone puppet muttered, sneaking a peek at the old man's face. Seeing Yi Fei's actions, the old man's face twitched. He wanted to stop him, but he was a little hesitant. The stone puppet saw the old man's hesitation and hurriedly probed, "Elder Protector, I think this kid is very cunning." The Battle of Inheritance was specially designed for martial emperor-level cultivators. Not only is this kid not a martial emperor-level cultivator, he actually asked the little girl Lingji to help him cheat in front of us. He's simply crazy. Since this kid is crazy, then I order you to go and kill him, the old man coldly said. The stone puppet immediately fell to the ground with a plop. He pointed at his waist and said, I haven't exercised for a long time. My old waist. Seeing the stone puppet's actions, the old man's face darkened. Without saying a word, he kicked the stone puppet from the high platform back to the Azure Saint Palace. Then, the old man took out the Sectmaster's ring that Yi Fei found. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and said, "Forget it. Since this kid found this ring, I won't pursue the matter of him cheating." In the end, to be able to obtain the recognition of a spiritual item of heaven and earth can be considered this kid's good fortune. But this kid is really strange. He's obviously a person abandoned by the heavens and should be extremely unlucky. He's destined to have no fate with the martial path. How can he advance by leaps and bounds? He even has a spiritual item of heaven and earth following him. This luck makes me feel like a stone abandoned by the heavens. Wherever I go, I'll be kicked down. The stone puppet shook his head. As usual, he took out a bucket of paint and fiercely brushed it over. It was only when his entire body shone with light that he shouted, "I have such a hard life. Kid, you have to call me Grandpa again." As soon as the stone puppet entered, it habitually began to act shamelessly. Just by listening to that despicable voice, Yi Fei wanted to beat him up. But since he had just raised his combat power to 500,000, Yi Fei was in a good mood. He took it as a form of respect for the elderly. "Sir, you're back." Yi Fei happily greeted the stone puppet, causing it to fall to the ground with a plop. It looked at Yi Fei with an incomparably bitter expression. "You actually called me that? I've been playing cheap for tens of thousands of years, and I've finally met someone more shameless than me." Stone Puppet was very depressed. Yi Fei had called him so smoothly that he would feel bad if he didn't help Yi Fei a few times. Hearing this, Yi Fei's mood instantly turned sour. This stone puppet was as annoying as ever. So, Yi Fei decided not to talk to the stone puppet. He just silently experienced the changes in his cultivation after the increase in his combat power. As his combat power increased to 500,000, Yi Fei still showed no signs of entering the 12th level of the martial saint realm. Firstly, he could suppress it. Secondly, Yi Fei realized that 500,000 combat power was far from his body's limit. Maybe, with my current cultivation, I can still increase my combat power even more. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly looked at the stone puppet and said, "Senior, In your opinion, with my current cultivation, how much combat power can I increase? Well, that's hard to say. The stone puppet circled around Yi Fei and said, Your talent is trash, and your qualifications are even worse. Logically speaking, Glory Sect would never accept a trash like you. But your combat power has increased to 500,000, and Glory Sect has no choice but to accept you. You're really a disgrace to Glory Sect. Boom. Yi Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. He shouldn't have a good temper with such a despicable stone. The best choice was to fight as soon as they met. This time, the stone puppet did not dodge. It suddenly clapped its hands and dissolved Yi Fei's attack. Then, it said seriously, Boy, your strength is not enough in front of me. However, your body is really strange. I can't see through it. Originally, an ordinary warrior in the 10th stage of the Martial King realm could increase his battle strength to 300,000. However, you can increase it to 500,000 without breaking through. Looking at you, it seems that it won't be a problem for you to increase it to 500,000. I can increase it by another 500,000? Yi Fei was overjoyed. With a combat power of 1,000,000, wouldn't he be comparable to those ancient geniuses? As if it knew what Yi Fei was thinking, the stone puppet sneered and poured cold water on him. Kid, don't be happy yet. With the northern region's decline, you won't even know how many years have passed if you want to increase your combat power to 1,000,000 outside. But now you have a chance. You can directly become a registered disciple of the Sage Sect and stay here for 10 years. I can help you increase your combat power to 1,000,000. A registered disciple has to stay here for 10 years. Yi Fei was surprised. Of course. Otherwise, when you enter the Sage Sect, you'll still be a piece of trash. You'll be killed when you go out. It doesn't matter if you die, but you'll bring shame to the Sage Sect with you. The stone puppet's face was full of contempt. Yi Fei suddenly had an impulse. He wanted to find the senior who made this stone and cut him into 8 pieces. He wanted to see what kind of terrible thing this stone was made of. The stone puppet was still unaware and continued to talk. Of course, that's the treatment for registered disciples. Once, there was a kid in the northern region called Wang Qing. When he heard that a registered disciple would be treated so well, he was so excited that he knelt in front of me on the spot. He hugged my leg and cried that he wanted to join the Sage Sect. At that time, I couldn't bear to accept him. That's not right. Why did I hear from a senior on the high platform that the great Emperor Wang Qing disdained to become a registered disciple and left directly? You tried your best to keep him, but you couldn't. Yi Fei really couldn't bear to see the legend of the northern region suffer such grievances, so he immediately exposed him mercilessly. The stone puppet didn't feel embarrassed at all when his lie was exposed. He even said with conviction, Kid, don't talk nonsense. I'm old, or are you old? How could I remember wrongly? Well, kid, since you've already chosen the treasure, let's not delay any longer. Let's quickly start the second battle. After saying that, he was secretly annoyed that Yi Fei had exposed him. The stone puppet suddenly kicked Yi Fei. This time, Yi Fei finally had time to curse. F***CKU. Then, his vision turned black again, and he appeared in the middle of the killing field again. In his mind, a cold voice sounded, The second battle of the Battle of Legacy begins. In this battle, you'll be attacked by all the warriors with all their strength. Among the warriors, mutual attacks are ineffective. Those who deliberately commit suicide will be killed by force. For every warrior you kill, you'll be rewarded with 10 combat power points. The more you kill, the more you'll get until you fail the challenge or kill everyone. Chapter 650. The Enemy of All Creatures. Boom. While Yi Fei was sorting out the information on the second battle, the young martial kings in the square were in an uproar. The Battle of Inheritances had actually started so soon. Originally, after obtaining victory in the Battle of Inheritance, the victors could use 3 days to rest and refine the treasures they obtained to increase their strength. However, because Yi Fei did not refine a treasure, but rather a combat strength talisman, it did not take him much time at all. Therefore, while many people were still catching their breaths, the second battle of the legacy battle had already begun. Song Yu's expression couldn't help but become extremely ugly. Damn it, I didn't expect Yi Fei to be so anxious to start the second round. It seems like he also knows that if he surpasses us to take first place, he will become the target of public criticism. When Lin Tianjiao heard the sound of the second battle, a fierce fighting spirit appeared in his body. Yi Fei, I didn't expect you to reach this step. You're even ahead of all the other geniuses. However, I, Lin Tianjiao, will not give you the chance to continue growing. I must kill Yi Fei in this battle. I can't let him become the first invincible holy king in the North region. A rare wisp of killing intent flashed through Chun Mingyao's eyes. In the end, although the Chun family did not establish a country, it still controlled a very large area in the northern region. It was equivalent to a country, and it kept the four great nations in check, maintaining a balance for thousands of years. At this time, if an invincible Saint King appeared in the northern region, it would definitely break the balance. It would be fine if Yi Fei was not ambitious, but if Yi Fei was ambitious, the entire northern region would be in turmoil. And such turmoil was exactly what the four countries of the northern region did not want to see. Since the balance of interests has been maintained for thousands of years, and I can't break it, then don't even think about breaking it. Yi Fei, I will not allow myself to lose this battle again. Fu Renjie opened his eyes. When the door of light to the killing field appeared in the square, Fu Renjie, who had been cultivating, stood up from the ground like an awakened beast. Swoosh! Most of the martial artists present had their eyes focused on Fu Renjie. Even though Fu Renjie had already been defeated once, in many people's hearts, Fu Renjie was still the strongest Heaven's Pride of the Northern Territory. He was the one with the most hope of pulling Yi Fei down from his high horse. Fight! Fu Renjie was the first to step into the door of light and into the battlefield of slaughter. Many martial artists were stunned. They originally thought that Fu Renjie would encourage everyone, but who would have thought that in the end, Fu Renjie would only say this word? Only Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu, and Chen Mingyao looked at Fu Renjie walking proudly through the door of light. After all, they had known and competed with Fu Renjie for many years, but this was the first time they had seen such a strong fighting spirit on Fu Renjie's body. It looks like Yi Fei's appearance has given Fu Renjie a great deal of pressure, Chen Mingyao said. When she mentioned Yi Fei, fear appeared in her eyes. Originally, whether it was Chen Mingyao, Lin Tianjiao, or Song Yu, none of them cared about Yi Fei at all. This was especially so when Yi Fei's identity as someone who had been abandoned by the heavens was exposed. This caused the three of them to look down on Yi Fei even more. But now, they had no choice but to face the reality that Yi Fei was stepping on their heads. Damn it, even if he can win the first battle, I will definitely make him suffer a crushing defeat in the second battle, Lin Tianjiao said. He was the second to enter the door of light, followed by Song Yu, Chen Mingyao, and the 10 kings. Countless young martial kings of the Northern Territory had gathered together to form a flood. They brought with them soaring, killing intent and fighting spirit as they walked in. The square echoed with their heavy and firm footsteps. In the end, only the martial artists from Beiyang country, Jing Wushou, and the others remained in the same place, their faces conflicted. It was worth mentioning that Lu Zhaoyang had also contacted some of the independent martial artists to stay here. We have all chosen to support the North Sea Sword Monarch. Lu Zhaoyang walked over and said to everyone. Zhu Zhen immediately returned the greeting. On behalf of Yi Fei, I thank everyone for their support. However, in the slaughterhouse, we can't go easy on him, and we can't help Yi Fei. It seems that we can't help him in the battle. Jing Wushou suddenly thought of a good idea and laughed heartily. Huh, who said that we can't help Yi Fei? Even if we can't fight side by side, we can still think of a way to let Yi Fei kill us. Don't forget that each of us has 10 combat power. This can also help Yi Fei increase his strength. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The slaughterhouse has a rule that we can't attack each other, but it doesn't say that we can't deliberately let Brother Fei kill us. Let's do it this way. I'll be the first to agree. Luo, she said happily. The others' eyes lit up as they raised their hands. I agree. Me too. There's no time to lose. Let's go in and try to be the first to meet the North Sea Sword Monarch. Everyone has entered the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse has officially begun. The cold voice once again rang out in everyone's minds. It was already an hour later. An hour was enough for Yi Fei to make some preparations in advance. For example, when a large number of martial artists had teleported in and were looking for him, Yi Fei had already hidden in the valley where he had met up with Jing Wushou and the others. This valley was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was also Yi Fei's first battlefield. Of course, before the battle began, Yi Fei wanted to meet Jing Wushou and his other friends and brothers. To be honest, Yi Fei did not feel good about killing people he knew in the slaughterhouse, even if he knew that they would not really die. Yi Fei, it's Yi Fei. The North Sea Sword Monarch is over there. Sword Monarch, we're here. We're here to help you. While Yi Fei was lost in thought, Zhu Zhen and the others had already led a team of about 1,000 people to the rendezvous point. Before Yi Fei could ask, Zhu Zhen hurriedly said, Yi Fei, don't worry. These are all trustworthy people. While the others are still holding back the main force, quickly kill us all and increase your strength. What? You want me to kill all of you? This is your idea to help me? Yi Fei was shocked. These were his friends, his brothers. The first thing they said when they met was not to greet each other, but to kill each other. Jing Wushou could understand Yi Fei's feelings the best. He could not help but pat Yi Fei on the shoulder and comfort him. Yi Fei, we know you're upset, but rather than killing you with others, we'd rather let you kill us. You're a man, so don't be soft-hearted. That's right, Yi Fei. Our Beiyang country has always been the weakest. Now that an invincible sacred monarch has appeared, it's not a big deal for us to sacrifice a little. Promise me, you must hold on. For you and for our Beiyang country. Knowing that Yi Fei could not bear to kill them, Zhu Zhen decided to take action himself. He suddenly attacked the Phoenix Blood Sword in Yi Fei's hand. The Phoenix Blood Sword automatically counterattacked, spewing out flames that enveloped Zhu Zhen. Chapter 651. Solemn and stirring. Yi Fei, don't worry. If we die now, we'll only lose a life. But if you die, we'll lose the last chance for Beiyang country to rise again. Promise us that you'll win this battle. After Zhu Zhen, Bei Gongchun attacked the Phoenix Blood Sword while Yi Fei was still in a daze. The Phoenix Blood Sword immediately reacted. A ball of terrifying divine fire quickly engulfed Bei Gongchun. In the flames, many people could clearly feel Bei Gongchun's painful expression as he was being burned by the flames. After all, even if the power of reincarnation could revive everyone, the pain of death would still be clearly etched in their memories. Yi Fei, why can't you just kill us? Why you have to let my sister die so painfully? Bei Gong suddenly began to blame Yi Fei. Yi Fei was tongue-tied. He didn't know how to refute. Did he really have to raise his sword and kill all his friends and brothers in front of him? Everyone who knew and cared about him? Even though he knew that they could be revived after death, Yi Fei couldn't raise his sword. Bei Gong pouted and charged at Yi Fei, cursing, Yi Fei, you men are useless. If you don't do it, then I will kill you personally to avenge my sister. Bei Gong wasn't joking. She used all her strength to charge forward. Yi Fei knew that if he didn't do it now, he would be letting Zhu Zhen, Bei Gongchun, and Bei Gong down. Bei Gong, rest in peace. The sword flashed, and a clear line of blood appeared on Bei Gong's neck. The intense pain made her frown. Then, she glared and continued to curse. What a useless man. Even killing someone is so painful. Just as Bei Gong's limp body fell to the ground, Jing Wushou had already walked over with a big smile. He habitually wanted to take out his wine jug, but when his hand was halfway out, he realized that this was the killing field. Other than weapons, they could not bring anything else in. Jing Wushou smiled bitterly. Junior brother, I wanted to drink with you before I died, but it seems that I won't have that chance anymore. Senior brother Jing, that's where you're wrong. If we can't drink now, Won't it be better for us to drink after Brother Fei wins the legacy battle? Luoshi walked up and said, That's true. Jing Wushou laughed heartily again. His laughter infected many people, and more people came forward. While letting Yi Fei kill them, he chatted happily with Yi Fei. Yi Fei, since our brothers have helped you so much, you must treat us to a meal at the Flower Fairy Palace when we get back. The Flower Fairy said that as long as you're there, everything will be free. Northern Sea Sword Monarch, we rogue cultivators admire you the most. You have to help us win first place. When that happens, we'll see who will look down on us ordinary martial artists. Brother Yi Ai, Lu Xiaoyang, didn't cheat you this time. Also, the Zhao royal family has safely returned to Beihai Pass. You don't have to worry about that. Sword Monarch, let's not talk about anything else. Just kill me quickly. Dying under your sword is also a kind of glory. Brother Yi, we can't help you too much. We'll give you the 10 combat strength points we have. When you have time later, just give us a toast. Figures came forward one by one. Yi Fei knew some of them, but most of them were young martial kings that Yi Fei had never seen before. There were both men and women. They all came forward with a smile and said a few words to Yi Fei. Then, they were killed one by Yi Fei's sword. Looking at these strange and familiar faces that kept falling down, Yi Fei's heart felt very heavy. It was so heavy that his sword hand was trembling. In the end, he really couldn't bear to continue killing them one by one. Even if they would be resurrected after death, it was still Yi Fei who had killed them once with his own hands. Why? Why did the 6 sacred sects hold such a cruel assessment? Why? Yi Fei's eyes were red as he looked up at the blood-red sky. The sword in his hand was still waving monotonously and mechanically. He kept killing, and killing again. In the end, Yi Fei was almost numb from the killing. He could only hold back his tears and endure the bitterness. Looking at the Beiyang martial artists who were still walking over to their deaths, Yi Fei suddenly decided that he couldn't continue killing. This kind of killing was an indescribable torture. At least, that was how Yi Fei saw it. He raised his blood-dripping sword and stopped everyone from coming closer. Brothers and sisters, I can't continue killing you one by one. That would be a kind of torture for me and for you. Everyone, have a safe journey. I, Yi Fei, swear that even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely win this battle of legacy. The entire valley was filled with Yi Fei's furious and mournful roar. He raised his phoenix blood sword and swept it towards the sky, slashing at the remaining people. These people were stunned for a moment before they smiled. They were actually looking forward to the sword light piercing through their bodies and taking their lives. North Sea Sword Monarch, we are leaving. Many people shouted at Yi Fei before they died. Brothers and sisters, have a safe journey. Yi Fei was also shouting. His voice was hoarse, and he shouted himself hoarse. Finally, in the entire valley, only Yi Fei was left. He raised his blood-dripping sword and looked towards the sky. He looked towards a high platform that he couldn't see at all. Yi Fei roared angrily. I know you are watching. This is what you want. You want us to kill each other. Is this the legacy you want? Rumble. Yi Fei's voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading far and wide. It was also clearly transmitted to the high platform in the Forsaken Land. Unknowingly, the old man and the stone puppet were already standing on the high platform. They could also clearly see the scenes of killing in the killing field. But they saw Yi Fei raising his sword and killing people who were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. The stone puppet suddenly fell silent. The old man also sighed. In the sky above the killing field, the old man's voice was rarely heard. The stone puppet looked at the old man in surprise as he transmitted his voice to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, I know you are feeling very uncomfortable and feel that this is very cruel. But this is not only a test for you by the Sage Sect, but also a test for you by the entire northern region. If you can't even pass this test, when you face those enemies from beyond the heavens in the future, you will be even more unable to bear it. What enemies from beyond the heavens? Is there something I don't know about this cruel test of the Sage Sect? The old man's words stunned Yi Fei. He wasn't an unreasonable person, but to kill everyone one by one like this with his own hands was too much for Yi Fei to bear. Of course, he wanted to know the purpose of the sage sex test. But before Yi Fei could continue asking the old man about the purpose of the test, with a loud rumble, the entire ground shook. Then, the heavy footsteps of 20,000 martial artists could be heard. Quick, over here. I can hear the voice of the North Sea Sword King. The Crown Prince has ordered that if you see Yi Fei, kill him without mercy. Pass down the order. Kill Yi Fei at all costs. Don't let him become the invincible Sage King. Yi Fei, your good days are over. Are you going to commit suicide or be killed by us? Rumble. Chapter 652. Tragic Fu Renjie, Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu, and Chun Mengyao, the four northern region prodigies, all walked to the front. Their expressions were complicated, but their eyes were equally resolute. They looked at each other. The four prodigies did not communicate much with Yi Fei, and Yi Fei did not have any intention of speaking to them either. Everyone's enemy. This was the battle of legacy. No one could retreat or escape. After entering this killing field, Yi Fei was destined to be everyone's enemy. Since he was already an enemy, what was the point of talking? Kill. Fu Renjie coldly spat out a single word. Kill. Lin Tianjiao's expression was complicated, and a desire to fight flashed across his eyes. Kill. Song Yu's face was frosty, and a strong jealousy flashed across the depths of his eyes. Kill. Chun Mengyao sighed softly. Then, her beautiful face was filled with thick, killing intent. Kill. Without giving Yi Fei time to prepare, and without giving Yi Fei a chance to escape, 20,000 warriors roared at the same time and strode forward. The strong and weak killing intent on each of their bodies formed a surging killing intent hurricane that roared in the sky above the killing field. In the next instant, this roar turned into a beam of light. With Yi Fei as the target, rays of light of all colors rained down on him. Saber light and sword light, cold ice and raging fire, killing intent and fist intent, spear and arrow, war hammer and thunder, cold light and hurricane. The special rules of the slaughterhouse made it so that the attacking cultivators did not have to worry about their attacks accidentally injuring others. Since their attacks were ineffective, they could rest assured and focus all their energy on Yi Fei. Yi Fei die. I, Song Yu, will not allow you to become an invincible sacred ruler. Song Yu sneered as he watched the rays of light of all colors gradually drown Yi Fei. Rumble. Seeing the sky full of saber light and sword shadows, Yi Fei did not retreat. A terrifying light flashed across his eyes, and he raised the Phoenix blood sword in his hand without hesitation. Do you think that numbers are useful? My flames of war will never be extinguished. Phoenix blood sword, sword burial, devouring the heavens. Brothers and sisters, rest in peace. I will not lose this battle. Destroy them all. Yi Fei quickly swung the sword in his hand. The dazzling sword light immediately lit up the world, and then suppressed the world. The moment Yi Fei struck with his sword, the sky suddenly froze, and then the various lights that were smashing toward Yi Fei also froze. Then, another pitch-black sword shadow swept across the sky. In an instant, the sky shattered and the void exploded. All they could see was a dazzling black sword light that shattered the heavens and the earth as it slashed towards the densely packed crowd, causing a wave of terrified screams. The several hundred young martial kings all revealed horrified expressions as they watched their bodies gradually shatter. Their eyes widened as they looked at Yi Fei, who had attacked with his sword, with disbelief. With just one sword strike, hundreds of martial kings had been killed. How is this possible? Other than Fu Renjie, who was able to maintain his composure, Lin Tianjiao, Song Yu, and Chun Mengyao all widened their eyes in disbelief. This Yi Fei, what level has his combat strength reached? Humph. Even if his combat strength is shocking, he won't be able to escape from the four of us. How about we join forces and kill Yi Fei? Song Yu suggested coldly, looking mainly at Fu Renjie. Fu Renjie didn't reply, but his body was filled with a shocking battle intent. Then, this battle intent turned into a black and white yin-yang millstone. With a terrifying power that could crush everything, it crushed towards Yi Fei. Yin-yang revolution. Kill you. Fu Renjia's body was blazing like the sun. Take my move. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. Lin Tianjiao's qi and blood were like dragons, turning into wind and clouds. A lightning vertical eye appeared on Lin Tianjiao's forehead, giving him the power to control lightning. Boom! In the next moment, the lightning fell from the ninth heaven and destroyed Yi Fei mercilessly. At the same time, Chen Mingyao danced on the spot like a fairy. However, what appeared on her face wasn't a charming smile, but a cold, killing intent. Rain of flowers. Whoosh! Saber Chi attacked, and saber radiance fell like rain. Who knew how many terrifying flying sabers were hidden on Chen Mingyao's body? They fell rapidly, like a torrential rain of sabers. Deity, king worships the moon. Song Yu is the craziest. After all, they were enemies. Song Yu's killing intent towards Yi Fei was undoubtedly the heaviest. He knelt in midair, moonlight surging from his body, condensing into a cold, blood-red saber radiance. It was as dazzling as a star as it slashed towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei, die for us. The four great geniuses' attack calmed down the panicking martial artists. After all, they had a total of 20,000 martial artists. Could Yi Fei kill them all in one breath? Therefore, after the four great geniuses, the 10 great kings, and all the martial kings present had their morale boosted and attacked again. The attacks of tens of thousands of young martial kings were terrifying. The valley Yi Fei was in was instantly reduced to dust. Even if Yi Fei's combat strength had increased to 500,000 and he had the Phoenix Bloodsword in hand, he could not face so many attacks at once. Greater void steps. A grave look flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He immediately put away the Phoenix Bloodsword and tore open the void with his bare hands, walking in with one step. Boom! Boom! The entire valley exploded. The tens of thousands of martial artists instantly razed it to the ground. However, everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. Under such an attack, under the mental lock of tens of thousands of young martial kings, Yi Fei actually escaped. His escape caught them off guard. Song Yu was so angry that he roared on the spot. Yi Fei, you actually dared to escape. Didn't you want to become an unrivaled sacred king? If you have the guts, then stay where you are and take our attacks. Idiot! Lin Tianjiao glanced coldly at Song Yu. Being besieged by tens of thousands of us, even the titled martial artist Wu Jun will fall. Of course, Yi Fei can escape and wait for an opportunity to hunt us down. Yi Fei won't have that chance. I've already ordered all martial artists to stay together. He can either escape and drag it out until the end of the battle, or he can only be killed by us. Chen Mingyao's beautiful eyes looked around and then glanced at Fu Renjia. Fu Renjia did not say anything. He just suddenly stared in a certain direction. His entire body shone brightly as he punched the void in the distance. In the void, Yi Fei was also shocked. He had approached so carefully, but he still could not escape Fu Renjia's senses. As expected of the strongest genius of the North region, Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He walked out of the void and did not fight with Fu Renjia. He instantly activated the War Demon Golden Body and blocked Fu Renjia's attack. At the same time, the Phoenix Bloodsword in Yi Fei's hand slashed down again, exterminating Sky Sword, burning the heavens. Flames suddenly appeared in the sky. The flames quickly turned into a sea of fire. A flaming sword shadow slashed towards the crowd. Before the sword landed, the endless sword fire had already killed the young martial kings below. Chapter 653. Heavens like a saber. How is this possible? Yi Fei actually ignored Fu Renjia's attack and killed several hundred of our martial kings. Chen Mingyao looked at Yi Fei, who had disappeared into the void after killing the martial kings, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. With Yi Fei's frightening killing speed, as well as that strange and unpredictable void steps, Yifei might really be able to kill all of them like this and win the inheritance battle completely. Impossible. How can a northern seesaw monarch be so strong? He can kill several hundred of our martial kings with a single sword strike. Even the 10 great kings could not block him. What a terrifying attack. And he can disappear into the void at any time. How are we supposed to fight such a battle? Not good. He's coming again. Kill. In the end, everyone present was a young martial king, the strongest group of youths in the northern region. Even though they were very afraid of Yi Fei's void steps, when Yi Fei appeared, over 10,000 cultivators charged at Yi Fei with their fastest speed, trying to use their advantage in numbers to kill Yi Fei. At this time, it was clear how exquisite the void steps were. Even the Demon Emperor was afraid of such a step, let alone these ordinary cultivators. At the same time, this was the only way Yi Fei could think of to win. That was to use the void steps to slowly grind down these young martial kings, bit by bit, killing them all, devouring heaven style. Once again, Yi Fei stepped out of the void and swung his sword. Once again, before the attacks of over 10,000 warriors could reach him, Yi Fei's figure flashed and dove into the void. Only Yi Fei's horrifying sword light was left, mercilessly falling down. The ground was dyed with blood, and miserable screams continued. Several hundred young martial kings let out angry and unwilling roars as they fell to the ground. Their corpses turned into flowing light and disappeared from the battlefield. Yi Fei, if you have the guts, fight us head on. Shameless, too shameless. Besides hiding in the void, is there no other way? Upon seeing this scene, Fu Renjie and Lin Tianjiao were both infuriated. They felt as though they had been played by Yi Fei. Staring at Yi Fei, who continued to flee into the void, Song Yu's eyes grew increasingly gloomy. Finally, his eyes suddenly emitted a cold light like that of a poisonous snake, causing Chun Mingyao to feel apprehensive. Su Kong, Yi Fei, is this all you've got? I won't let you succeed. Pass down my orders. Once Yi Fei appears, you don't have to resist. Anyone who gets close to him is to self-destruct. Song Yu roared with a sinister expression. All of the martial artists present were stunned. Self-detonation? What was the difference between that and suicide? Didn't the killing field have a rule that whoever committed suicide would be forcibly erased? Hearing this, Fu Renjie and Lin Tianjiao suddenly came to a realization. Their eyes lit up. The killing field does not allow suicide. However, if self-destruction can injure Yi Fei and prevent him from entering the void, then it is not considered suicide. It is a legitimate attack. Lin Tianjiao and Chen Mingyao also came to a realization. Only Fu Renjie felt that this sacrifice was too great. However, seeing the red-eyed Song Yu, Fu Renjie did not voice any objections. Since the 4 geniuses did not object, this order was quickly transmitted to the ears of all the young martial kings. The murderous aura on everyone's body became even more intense. In this intense atmosphere, the void split open once again. Yi Fei wanted to repeat the same trick and use the old method to torture these cultivators to death. Boom! The young martial kings nearby did not wait for Yi Fei to kill them. They had already begun to self-destruct. If it was just one martial king self-destructing, it would not be a big deal. However, if there were dozens, hundreds, or even hundreds of young martial kings self-destructing at the same time, then the combined power would be enough to threaten the titled martial artist Wu Jun. What shocked Yi Fei even more was that the self-destruction of these cultivators affected the surrounding space, causing it to become extremely unstable. He was just about to use the Great Void Steps to avoid this wave of self-destruction when he suddenly realized that the Great Void Steps had failed. It was also at this moment that Yi Fei realized that the Great Void Steps also had a drawback. That was, he could not use it in an unstable space. In the end, what I have mastered is only the Great Void Steps and not the Great Void Technique. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He did not expect that his weakness would be discovered so quickly. War Demon Golden Body. Since there was no way to avoid it, then he could only face it head-on. Yi Fei's body emitted a golden light, forming a golden ball that enveloped him. The power of the Devil Emperor's Sutra successfully helped Yi Fei withstand this terrifying wave of self-destruction. However, this still caused Yi Fei to waste some time. Taking advantage of this time, the 4 great prodigies and the remaining 10 great kings all rushed over at their fastest speed. At the same time, they also launched a fatal attack on Yi Fei. Song Yu was so agitated that he roared, "Yi Fei, where are you going? You won the first battle by luck. In the second battle, you will definitely be killed by us. This is the will of the heavens. This is the fate of someone who has been forsaken by the heavens. Hand over your life." Even Chun Mingyao's face was covered with frost at this moment. She wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Fei immediately. Hearing their words, Yi Fei could not help but laugh loudly. "The ones who want my life are obviously the 2 of you. How dare you bring the will of the heavens into this?" The will of the heavens is like a knife, and the human heart is like steel. No one can escape from it, and no one can struggle. Fu Renjia's body glowed brightly. His fists were black and white, one yin and one yang. They were filled with oppression, as though the will of the heavens had descended. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fei could not help but shake his head. His face was filled with deep anger and arrogance. He also waved his fists and roared, "Unfortunately, in this life, I have never believed in the heavens or fate. If the will of the heavens is like a blade, I will cut it. If the will of the heavens is like steel, I will crush it." Heaven's sealing sword, sword vortex. Yi Fei's body was filled with sword chi. It was full of sharpness and killing intent. A dazzling sword light, like a rainbow, like a heavenly pillar, spun madly, condensing into a huge vortex. In an instant, it weakened the attacks of the 4 people by a total of 70%. Yi Fei could not be bothered to face the remaining 30%. His battle demon golden body had already neutralized the last of the attacks. At the same time, Yi Fei looked up and inadvertently glanced at Song Yu. "Song Yu, you said that I won by luck? Then I will show you how I won by luck. Kill Apotheosis, Realm, Empty Fist." Rumble. The sword vortex and the battle demon golden body had already made Yi Fei's defense extremely terrifying. At this moment, he was not going to hold back. His most terrifying punch was thrown out. It blocked the faces of tens of thousands of people and smashed directly toward Song Yu. No matter how Song Yu tried to block, the crimson moonlight on his body exploded instantly. "No, I'm an elite. I'm a crown prince. How can I be killed by a single punch?" Puffed. Song Yu's eyes were filled with shock. He could not accept that he would be killed by Yi Fei in an instant. Before he died, Song Yu was so angry that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 654. Shocking the world, North Sea Sword King. What's your current combat strength? Seeing Song Yu's corpse turn into a stream of light and disappear, the massacre field fell silent. No one could accept the fact that a genius had died so easily. Compared to attacking, all the young martial kings were more interested in finding out what Yi Fei's current combat prowess was. Not much. With the Phoenix Bloodsword, my combat strength has only just broken through 600,000. Yi Fei's face was calm. After all, he wasn't really an enemy of these martial artists. Yi Fei wanted to use this method to intimidate them. In a battle, not only did martial artists have to attack, but they also had to attack their hearts. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. All the martial artists present stared at Yi Fei in disbelief. Then, many of them came to a realization. Why was Yi Fei able to remain calm when facing the simultaneous attacks of 4 geniuses? Why was someone as strong as Song Yu killed by Yi Fei in one move? It turned out that the North Sea Sword King's combat strength had reached a terrifying level of 600,000. It was more than double Fu Renjia's 300,000 combat strength. 200,000 combat strength is enough to break through to the titled realm. Wu Jun, doesn't that mean that Yi Fei's current combat strength is comparable to Wu Jun's 3rd stage? Oh my god, no wonder so many of us couldn't defeat the North Sea Sword King. We're clearly fighting against a titled realm, Wu Jun. As Yi Fei's combat strength was revealed, almost two-thirds of the young martial kings in the massacre field were afraid of Yi Fei. Fu Renjia's sharp eyes dimmed. 600,000 combat strength. It seems that we've underestimated your growth. Damn it. If we knew you were so abnormal, we would have joined forces in the first battle. We would have dealt with you first, then Song you. Lin Tianjiao was extremely depressed. Yi Fei's current combat strength was because of him. Thinking of this, Lin Tianjiao wanted to vomit blood. Let's fight. No matter how strong he is, we can't lose this battle. My Qin clan will never allow an invincible Saint King to be born in the northern region. Qin Mingyao's gaze was resolute. In the end, she was the most open-minded. Hearing this, Fu Renjia and Lin Tianjiao's fighting spirit soared to the sky again. Let's fight. Let's join forces and fight you. The three geniuses spoke together. They could not tolerate the feeling of being left far behind by Yi Fei. All right, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Yi Fei coldly stepped forward. Since the flaw in the Greater Void Step had been discovered, there was no longer any room for retreat in this battle. It was either victory or death. Seeing that the strongest geniuses of the northern region were about to fight it out here, the young martial kings below hesitated for a while. No one dared to make a move. Instead, they chose to watch the battle silently. After all, this was a battle between the strongest geniuses of the northern region. It was more meaningful than a battle of succession. Yi Fei, take this. In the sky, Fu Renjia's battle intent was boundless. The terrifying black and white air currents were like two waterfalls. They gathered in his hands and were clenched in his fist. Then, he mercilessly attacked Yi Fei. Extreme yin and extreme yang, yin and yang rotation. Rumble. As Fu Renjia attacked, a thundercloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Lin Tianjiao controlled the wind and thunder. His expression was cold as he attacked. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning, dazzling and terrifying. Wind and thunder of heaven and earth. In the end, Fu Renjia's yin and yang qi and Lin Tianjiao's lightning miraculously merged together, becoming even more terrifying. While they were fighting, Qin Mingyao's expression was calm. However, her gaze was fixed on Yi Fei. She did not miss a single movement of Yi Fei's body. Even the slightest movement of Yi Fei's hair could not escape her eyes. What a terrifying gaze. I don't know what this woman is planning. However, since Fu Renjia and Lin Tianjiao have reached a perfect tacit understanding, I have to be careful. Yi Fei's expression was solemn. After all, he was dealing with three sky prides at the same time. It would be fine if their combat strength was scattered. However, if their combat strength was concentrated, Yi Fei would have to pay a huge price to defeat them. That would undoubtedly give the martial artist below an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, he had no choice. If he did not accept the challenge of the three sky prides, he might have to face the combined attacks of the three sky prides and tens of thousands of martial artists. Now that things have come to this, I can only give it my all. Apocalyptic sword, heaven-burying style. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook under the merciless suppression of the sword light. This also caused Fu Renjia and Lin Tianjiao's attacks to pause for a moment. A moment of pause. And in that instant, Qin Mingyao made her move. A cold light flashed in her hand. That cold light suddenly grew in size, transforming into a terrifying saber light. It actually merged perfectly with Lin Tianjiao's and Fu Renjia's attacks as it shot towards Yi Fei. The three sky prides had reached a perfect tacit understanding at the same time. How'd they do it? Yi Fei's expression was solemn. Heaven-sealing sword. War demon golden body. Yi Fei roared again. Endless golden light was released, illuminating the heavens and earth. Rumble. The four attacks collided in the air, causing a violent explosion. What shocked Yi Fei was that Qin Mingyao's flying dagger had actually broken free from his suppression and also shattered the weakening of the sword chi vortex. If not for the war demon golden body on his body as a last resort, he would have been injured. In this exchange, he might be injured, But before Yi Fei could catch his breath, seeing that their joint attack was effective, Fu Renjia and the other two once again joined forces and launched a second round of attacks. Yin-yang rotation. Wind and thunder of heaven and earth. Life-ending blade. Rumble. The three Sky Prides joined forces. The three of them attacked at the same time, with perfect tacit understanding. Their combat strength instantly increased to 600,000. An inexplicable sense of danger attacked Yi Fei's heart. His face was full of bitterness. Although he knew that the second battle would be extremely difficult, he did not expect that he would be forced into a desperate situation so soon. But just like Fu Renjia and the others, I also have a reason not to lose. This battle may be my only chance to change my fate. I shoulder the hopes of Zhu Zhen, Jing Wushou, the Taishan Holy Land, and all the martial artists of Beiyang country. The blood of these brothers and sisters must not be spilled in vain. I can die, but I can't let down everyone's hopes. The senior was right. This is not only an assessment, but also a test. If I can't even pass this test, how can I walk out of the northern region and face the true Sky Prides of Zhongzhou in the future? Annihilation Sword, devouring sky style. Rumble. Yi Fei's face was cold, but his blood was burning like a raging fire. His devouring sword essence emerged. Under the guidance of the Phoenix Blood Sword, the world collapsed in front of Yi Fei's eyes. A black hole appeared, emitting an infinite gravitational force and suction force. But this time, Yi Fei did not use the devouring sky style to attack. In this fierce battle, he had comprehended a lot. Every minute and every second, Yi Fei felt that he was growing rapidly. The devouring sky style can not only be used to kill, but also to defend. In the past, I didn't know it all, but now I seem to understand. In the shocking sword radiance, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with a touch of understanding. At the same time, his black hole collided with the three Sky Prides' perfect attacks again. Silently, the three Sky Prides' attacks were completely devoured by the devouring sky style and transferred to the endless void. There was no explosion, no brilliant light. This was the black hole. This was the devouring sky style. This was the annihilation sword. There was nothing in the world that it could not devour and destroy. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt that his understanding of the annihilation sword had reached a new height. This scene caused an uproar among the spectating cultivators once again. He blocked it. The North Sea Sword Monarch blocked it again. That was the perfect attack of the three Sky Prides. Their combined combat strength is 600,000. How could it be swallowed so easily? Chapter 655. The sword annihilates the enemies. The three geniuses were stunned by the power of the Sky Destroyer sword. He blocked it. We spent so much effort to gather 600,000 ultimate killing blows. How could he block it? Lin Tianjiao looked bitter. He was unwilling to accept the result. How could he do it? 3 years ago, Yi Fei was still weak. 3 years later, he had become so strong that he could only look up to him and feel despair. He's too strong. We are no longer on the same level as him. Chen Mingyao bit her lips. She was also unwilling to accept the result. She was even more disappointed. They were both elites. Why was the difference between her and Yi Fei so huge? Chen Mingyao found it hard to believe that Yi Fei did not have any special body constitution or bloodline. Pull yourself together. We have not lost yet. We still have one last chance. Show us all your strength, and show us your faith. We are elites. We are the strongest. Fu Renjia's body was glowing brightly. Even in the face of such a powerful sword, he was not discouraged. In a situation where many people were in despair, Fu Renjia had single-handedly shown everyone what it meant to be unyielding, what it meant to be a martial artist's faith. Yes, we will not lose. We are the strongest in the North region. Yi Fei, if you want to become an invincible sage, you have to step over our dead bodies. After Fu Renjia, Lin Tianjiao finally walked out of his depression. Just like Fu Renjia, his body was also glowing brightly. That was the light of a decisive battle. It was also the light of faith. In this battle, Fu Renjia and Lin Tianjiao had undoubtedly learned a lot. Let's fight. This is the last chance. Show us all your strength and protect our reputation as elites. Chun Mingyao suddenly let her hair down. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. It was beautiful and extraordinary. Yifei looked at the three elites. He saw how they had changed from depression to confidence. He could feel their inextinguishable faith in becoming stronger. He smiled. This was his respect for his opponents and also his response to their fighting spirit. Let's fight. Let us all shine with our final radiance and win this battle. Ah! Yifei roared. Resplendent golden light burned on his body like flames. Like an ancient war demon, Yifei burned his blood essence. He wanted to use his strongest stance and most tyrannical martial arts to win this battle. Yifei, accept the challenge. Yin Yang twin wheels. Fu Renjie roared as well. His battle chi was like a dragon, mighty and extraordinary. On both of his fists, Yin and Yang chi were like two huge wheels of war, expanding rapidly. Heaven and earth, wind and clouds, thunder shakes the universe. Lin Tianjiao's eyes were bloodshot as his entire body exploded. With him as the core, a terrifying sphere of lightning formed, which exploded with a deafening boom. Lin Tianjiao no longer existed in heaven and earth. He had used his own death to communicate with heaven and earth, to summon wind and lightning to unleash his most powerful attack. It was also this attack that had easily killed Chen Mingyao back then. At this moment, this destructive lightning descended on Yifei. Yifei, take this. Life, severing, immortal slaying. Chen Mingyao's face was cold. Seeing Lin Tianjiao going all out, she suddenly exploded as well. Chen Mingyao was no longer in heaven and earth. There was only an extremely resplendent flying knife that locked onto Yifei's body and Yifei's soul. However, their attacks didn't land on Yifei immediately. Instead, through some unknown means, they fused into Fu Renjie's Yin and Yang Qi and fused together perfectly. After obtaining all the true yuan from the two elites, Fu Renjie's body started to grow. He was like a giant as he roared at Yifei. Yifei, do you see this? This is the combined attack of the three of us. As long as I have this forbidden technique, I, Fu Renjie, will never lose again. Yin Yang twin blades. Boom! When Fu Renjie's attack landed, it really caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. The entire slaughter field turned black and white. This was Fu Renjie's attack. It was also the final attack of the three heavens' prides. This attack was so brilliant and so terrifying. Even though they weren't facing the three heavens' prides, the tens of thousands of spectators still felt their legs go soft. Many people's eyes flashed with deep fear. However, before they could scream, the sky suddenly turned dark. In the darkness, a boundless suction force spread out. Yifei's entire body was covered in a brilliant light, like a golden flame. He stood in the air with his sword in hand, and behind him was an incomparably massive black hole that swallowed and destroyed everything. This was the real annihilation sword. This was the real will of the sword. Wherever the sword is, I will be there. Whatever I kill will be destroyed by the sword. Annihilation. No, I am annihilating the heavens. If the heavens abandon me, I will annihilate the heavens. Boom! Yifei's face was solemn. Under the threat of death, he suddenly entered a mysterious state of the sword. He slowly drew his sword and performed the heaven's burial style. However, it was different from the previous heaven's burial style. Yifei's previous heaven's burial style could only confine a certain amount of space. However, the heaven's burial style he was using now was not just a simple confinement. Instead, it was an endless weakening. Weakening the heavens and earth would also weaken any enemy's attack. Yifei had actually fused the heaven's burial style and the heaven-sealing sword together to unleash a slash. Fu Renjie was shocked to find that his combat power of 600,000 was rapidly decreasing under this sword. 600,000, 500,000, 400,000, 300,000. How can this be? What kind of swordsmanship is this? He is not just suppressing me. He is suppressing me endlessly. Fu Renjia's confident eyes revealed a hint of shock for the first time. However, before he could think of a way to break this, Yifei suddenly made a second attack. Annihilation Sword, devouring sky style. Rumble. The huge black hole behind him suddenly turned into a huge black sword shadow that slashed forward. However, this time, Yifei's devouring sky style was not just purely destructive. It also had a strange devouring power. The Phoenix Blood Sword collided with Fu Renjia's yin-yang dual blades silently. The yin-yang dual blades were like ice and snow that were destroyed by the devouring sky style. I see. The essence of the devouring sky style is not destruction, but endless devouring and transformation. As long as the sword will is strong enough, I will be able to neutralize any attack from my opponent. Yifei's eyes flashed with understanding. He looked at Fu Renjia and then at the tens of thousands of martial artists below who were looking at him in fear. He nodded and then shook his head. Yifei's dignified voice could be heard clearly in the sky. Everyone, I'm sorry. Like all of you, I have my reasons for not losing. The North region has been quiet for too long. For too long, there hasn't been an invincible elite. I, Yifei, am willing to be the first. Kill. Annihilation Sword, burning sky style, burning everything and destroying everything. This was the essence of the Annihilation Sword. It was also the strongest attack of the Annihilation Sword. Rumble. Sword fire filled the sky, enveloping the heavens and the earth. In front of this monstrous sword fire, Fu Renjia's face paled. Chapter 656. The Great Battle ends. Fei slashed out with his sword. Not only did he neutralize the final attacks of the three outstanding geniuses, but he also killed over 10,000 young martial kings. Sword fire destroys the heavens, destroys the earth, and also destroys the enemy. Any living thing that appears in this world can be killed. Heaven-abandoning martial emperor, is this your martial Tao? Yifei gently stroked the Phoenix Blood Sword and looked at the slaughter field that had turned into flames. Understanding flashed in his eyes, but there was also a trace of sadness. This martial Tao is strong, but it is too extreme. It is not suitable for me. Yifei muttered to himself. Finally, his figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the slaughter field. Following the end of the inheritance battle, the outside of the heaven-forsaken land became lively again. Large groups of young martial kings couldn't stay in the Six Tao sacred palace after their resurrection this time. Instead, they were forcefully kicked out by the Six Tao sacred sect. I lost again. Fu Renjia walked out and looked in the direction of the heaven-forsaken land with a complicated expression. What? Fu Renjia lost again? Doesn't that mean that the Northern Sea Sword Monarch won the inheritance battle? That's impossible. Even if Fu Renjia died, there are still over 10,000 martial kings inside. They can crush Yifei to death with numbers. There were still many cultivators who refused to believe it. Zhu Zhen, Jing Wushou, and the others looked at Yifei, who had yet to appear. Worry flashed across their faces. However, their worry quickly turned into shock. Not long after Fu Renjia appeared, over 10,000 cultivators were kicked out of the heaven-forsaken land. This caused an uproar among the cultivators who came out earlier. What's going on? Earlier, there were only a few hundred people coming out. Now, there are over 10,000 people being kicked out at the same time? A curious cultivator asked. It's the Northern Sea Sword Monarch. He used a combat power of over 600,000 to execute the Emperor's sword art. We were unable to block it. Not long after Fu Renjia died, over 10,000 of us were wiped out by a single sword strike. When these young martial kings came out, their faces were still filled with fear. Outside the heaven-forsaken land, it suddenly became completely silent. Luo Shi and Jing Wushou widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhu Zhen and Beigong Chun also stared at each other in disbelief. Then countless Northern Ocean Kingdom cultivators cheered wildly. The North Sea Sword Monarch has won. He actually won. Upon seeing the Beiyang Kingdom's martialists cheering, the martialists from the other kingdoms were dejected. Even the young martial monarchs from the Baiyuan kingdom realized that they couldn't say anything unfavorable to Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei had single-handedly killed 4 geniuses and tens of thousands of young martial kings. His battle prowess was enough to shock the entire northern region. Sigh, it seems like the northern region is really going to change. Apart from the great Emperor Wang Qing, the North Sea Sword Monarch is the second person in our northern region to obtain this honor, right? What Sword King of the North Sea? I think it won't be long before we start calling him the Holy King of the North. The only Holy King of the North. A martial artist sighed. At the same time, the title of Holy King of the North shocked the tens of thousands of young martial kings present. In the crowd, when Song Yu heard this title, he felt as if a needle had pierced his heart. A trace of resentment flashed across his face. As one of the 4 geniuses, how could the other geniuses last until the end against Yi Fei, while he, Song Yu, was instantly killed by Yi Fei? Although no one said anything about this, Song Yu still felt deeply humiliated. He didn't even bid farewell to Fu Renjie and the others. He didn't even take a sandboat. Song Yu stepped on the desert filled with fire poison and quickly left. At the same time as Song Yu left, another small group of people got on small sandboats and quickly left after learning that Yi Fei had really become an invincible holy king. Lin Tianjiao happened to see this scene. A dark look flashed across his face. He walked to Fu Renjie aside and said, "It seems like Song Yu is a sore loser. He couldn't defeat Yi Fei in a head-on fight, so he might have to resort to underhanded means." Humph, if you can't even defeat him in a head-on fight, what's the point of resorting to underhanded means? Fu Renjie had always been disdainful of Song Yu's underhanded means. Of course, Fu Renjie had always disliked Lin Tianjiao's arrogance. However, after working together, their relationship had improved significantly. Chen Mingyao was also standing to the side. She suddenly frowned and said, "Song Yu is nothing to worry about. I'm just afraid that once the news of Yi Fei obtaining the Sage Sex inheritance spreads, those titled battle pet warriors, Wu Jun, will definitely make a move. Not only will the 4 great country lords come, those hidden old men will also come. How can Yi Fei win with his strength?" Lin Tianjiao said coldly, "He has to fight even if he can't win. The inheritance of the 6 sacred sects is so precious. Once he obtains it, he will be able to become a martial emperor or martial emperor in the future. To be honest, I'm very jealous of him now. It's a pity that he's not as powerful as Yi Fei." Lin Tianjiao was very depressed. Fu Renjie and Chen Mingyao were also speechless. After that, the 3 of them stopped talking. They each found a place to sit down and cultivate while waiting for Yi Fei to come out. They wanted to see how Yi Fei would deal with the upcoming crisis. Yi Fei found that after he left the killing fields, he didn't return to the Azure Saint Palace. Instead, he appeared on the high platform for the battle strength assessment. The stone puppet and the old man were waiting there, looking at Yi Fei with smiles. "Kid, not bad. You're not a martial emperor, but you passed the battle of inheritance. Now, we really have no choice but to accept you." The stone puppet winked at Yi Fei. The old man's eyes were incomparably serious. He stared at Yi Fei with regret and helplessness in his eyes. Originally, the old man didn't think highly of Yi Fei. He also rejected Yi Fei's identity as a person abandoned by the heavens. But Yi Fei had indeed passed the test. Just like the stone puppet said, even if he was unhappy, he still pinched his nose and accepted Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, since you were able to pass the battle of inheritance and obtain the recognition of the Azure Saint sect, from now on, you are an official disciple of my 6 Paths sacred sect. You can obtain the Azure Saint Palace's inheritance." Yi Fei didn't have the joy of victory on his face. Instead, he was incomparably serious. He took a step forward and bowed. "Senior, please wait. Before I join the 6 Paths sacred sect, I want to know something. In the killing fields, you mentioned an enemy from beyond the heavens. Could it be that the 6 Paths sacred sect also has an enemy?" The old man was stunned. He looked deeply at Yi Fei. "You want to know about the enemy from beyond the heavens? Fine. Since you passed the test and are the successor of the Azura Saint Palace, there's no harm in telling you. In truth, we don't know how the enemy from beyond the heavens appeared. That's because before the battle began, I had already died in battle. All that's left of me is a wisp of my immortal will. However, the power of the enemy from beyond the heavens is real. Otherwise, our Six Paths sacred sect wouldn't have joined forces with the other sacred sects of the Martial Sky continent. Even after going all out, we still weren't able to defeat it. In the end, our sect was destroyed, leaving behind only this wasteland. The old man sighed. Chapter 657, Sacred Palace Inheritance. Yi Fei, you don't need to know too much about the enemy from beyond heavens for now. Once you're strong enough, you'll naturally know even if we don't tell you. The stone puppet reminded Yi Fei. The old man also nodded solemnly. That's right. Compared to the enemy from beyond heavens, Yi Fei, it's more important for you to obtain the inheritance and raise your strength to Martial Emperor as soon as possible. Only when you reach that level will you have the chance to revive our sacred sect and protect this land. Martial Emperor? Yi Fei was shocked. It seemed that reviving the six sacred sects was more difficult than he had imagined. Knowing that the old man wouldn't reveal too much, Yi Fei didn't continue asking. He just suddenly remembered something. All right, seniors, you mentioned earlier that there were several martial gods born in the Tianwu continent, and there were many sects that weren't inferior to our six sacred sects. Then why is there only one martial emperor in the Tianwu continent? Yi Fei was very curious about this. The demon emperor had once told him that the Tianwu continent was a low-level continent, and there was only one chance to become a martial emperor. Once a martial emperor was born, no one else could become a martial emperor. However, the stone puppet had confidently told Yi Fei that the six Tao sacred sects at their peak had 7 martial gods. Since there were so many martial gods, there shouldn't be only one martial emperor below the martial gods, right? This was what Yi Fei couldn't understand the most. Yi Fei, I didn't expect you to know about this. That's right, the current Tianwu continent can only be considered a low-level continent. Compared to the other continents, we might not even be ranked. However, during the Ancient Era and the Ancient Era, we were very powerful. According to the records, during our peak, there were dozens of martial gods living in the continent. The old man said solemnly. These words shocked Yi Fei's heart. The fact that the 6 Tao sacred sects had 7 martial gods was already an exaggeration. How could there be more than 10 martial gods in the continent? What kind of glorious scene was that? Then why did the martial heaven continent become like this? Asked Yi Fei curiously. Sigh, this is also caused by the war in the past. Although our great saint sects did our best to stop those enemies, the destructive power of that war was too strong. Dozens of martial gods and martial emperors from our great saint sects fell. The other great saint sects may have less casualties, but it's not much better. The old man sank into his memories and sighed heavily. To a continent, the most important thing is destiny. When destiny is strong, there will be outstanding heroes. When destiny is weak, it will be difficult for geniuses to appear. For example, our northern domain was the main battlefield back then, so our losses were the greatest. For tens of thousands of years, we haven't produced any powerful geniuses. On the other hand, the central continent was less affected back then. They still have a trace of destiny and can produce some powerful geniuses. It's also easier for them to obtain the recognition of the great saint sects' inheritances. So Yi Fei, you have to remember that when you go to the central continent in the future, you have to be careful when you meet other great saint sects' inheritances. Seeing that he had explained everything, the old man didn't say anything else. He turned to the stone puppet and nodded, indicating that it could take Yi Fei to receive the Shua sacred sect's inheritance. Senior, wait a moment. Is there no reward for winning the inheritance battle? Asked Yi Fei quickly. After tasting the sweetness of the battle strength talisman, Yi Fei wouldn't let go of any chance to obtain one. Hearing this, the old man's indifferent expression couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. One had to know that the inheritance battle was specially prepared for martial artists with Emperor's qualities. Yi Fei didn't have any Emperor's qualities, so it was impossible for him to pass this test. However, Yi Fei happened to find the Grandmaster's Ring of Glory sect. This made the old man benevolent, and he actually allowed Yi Fei to cheat and pass the test of the inheritance battle. How could the old man not be depressed? But Yi Fei's victory was a fact. After the old man recovered from his depression, he sighed and said, "Forget it. Although your talent is poor, you can still pass the test. This is your opportunity. You can indeed receive a reward." Boom! The old man waved his hand, and a row of 9 squares appeared on the high platform again. When Yi Fei saw that it was another 9 squares, he felt a headache coming on. He was faintly worried. Could it be that the matter of him getting Xiao Qiao to help him cheat had been discovered? Otherwise, why would the old man look at him with such an unfriendly gaze? The stone puppet's green eyes began to glow like 2 pillars of light. It stared fiercely at Yi Fei, not saying a word, nor did it have any intention of avoiding him. Yi Fei was very depressed. At this time, no matter how bold he was, he couldn't possibly get Xiao Qiao to help him cheat. Looks like I can only rely on my own luck. I hope my luck isn't too bad. He automatically ignored the old man and the stone puppet's covetous gazes. Yi Fei walked over, closed his eyes, and stretched out his hand towards one of the squares. Gotcha! The square opened, and a treasure flew out. When he caught it, Yi Fei almost cursed on the spot. My luck is too bad. What kind of treasure can I catch? But I actually caught a dead person's bone. Yi Fei was so unlucky that he wanted to throw this broken bone out on the spot. The stone puppet beside him had a strange smile on its face. Kiki, the bone of a sage's hand? Kid, looks like your luck isn't too good. What, this thing is a sage bone? Yi Fei was just about to throw it out, but he immediately held it tightly. At this time, he remembered that when he entered the heaven-forsaken land, he had promised the Northern Ocean King that he would help him find a sage bone to heal his injuries. Could it be this thing? Yi Fei asked curiously, "Senior, what's the use of this broken bone?" "Nonsense. Don't be rude to the sage's remains." Every sage bone was left behind by a peak martial sage. It contains the sage path that he comprehended his entire life. Every sage bone can allow a cultivator to be reborn and possess the aura of the sage path. Not only can it greatly increase one's talent and potential, but it also has a chance to comprehend the sage path of that sage from the sage bone. The old man looked at the sage bone seriously and added, "Of course, this sage bone is not very useful to you. Since you have obtained the inheritance of the Azura Sage Palace, you can cultivate the Azura Battle Body in the future. It will definitely be many times more powerful than a sage bone." Azura Battle Body? What's that? Yi Fei was very curious. The old man didn't say much this time. Seeing that Yi Fei had already chosen a treasure, he waved his hand and chased Yi Fei and the stone puppet off the stage. Then, his figure slowly disappeared from sight. Clearly, with the end of the inheritance battle, the old man's mission was complete, and he wouldn't continue explaining. Fortunately, there was still a stone puppet beside him that could continue answering Yi Fei's questions. After bringing Yi Fei back to the Azura Sage Palace, the stone puppet changed from its previous playful attitude and became incomparably solemn. As it led Yi Fei into the Sage Palace, it explained in a deep voice, "Our 6 sacred sects are the strongest sacred sects of the martial sky continent. Every sage palace hides the strongest martial path. For example, our Azura Sage Palace's strongest martial arts are the War God Path and the Azura Battle Body. No matter how bad your talent is or how weak your physique is, once you comprehend the War God Path, you can cultivate the Azura Battle Body. In the future, you can kill your way to the Tao and become the strongest war god." Chapter 658. The Martial God's Path. It's not that easy. Brat, do you think the Martial God realm is a cabbage that can be found by the roadside? You can break through whenever you want. Cultivating the War God's Path only gives you a slight chance. If you want to become a martial god, you have to transform the Azura battle body into the Azura divine body. Then, you can become the strongest martial god. The stone puppet said proudly. Invincible? Yi Fei was deeply shocked. No one knew better than him how terrifying it was to be invincible. For example, he was invincible in the same realm. As long as he wanted, he could kill thousands of martial kings in the same realm with a single slash. No one could stop him. This was invincibility. Then, how terrifying would the invincible martial god be? The stone puppet understood Yi Fei's feelings. It patted Yi Fei's shoulder and said, "Brat, don't even think about being invincible. Such an existence is at least a peerless genius who has touched upon the divine devil domain. You still have a long way to go before you reach that level. Instead of worrying about the martial god realm, why don't you think about how to condense the Azura battle body as soon as possible?" I'll be honest with you. Our Azura Saint Palace has always been the strongest in the 6 sacred sects. Our holy princes are not invincible in the same realm, but they can still crush others. For example, our strongest generation had a valiant record of killing an omnipotent great sage when he was in the martial king realm. Of course, you can forget about such a record, the stone puppet said with a look of disdain. After all, your talent is so poor and your strength is so weak. You can be considered the worst holy prince that our Azura Saint Palace has ever produced. Brat, if you're bullied in the future, don't say that you're from the Azura Saint Palace. You can even say that you're from the Heavenly One Saint Palace or the Demonic Saint Palace. The main thing is that you can't afford to lose face. Yi Fei didn't say anything. He only clenched his fists and stared at the stone puppet that had just said a few words and was now acting like a bitch again. If it weren't for the fact that he had yet to obtain the inheritance of the Azura Saint Palace, Yi Fei swore that he would smash this cheap stone into dust. Cough, cough. Kid, don't look at me like that. I'm old and have already passed the age of being impulsive. All right, this is the battle god Tao. Take it and comprehend it. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your luck. Under the pressure of Yi Fei's gaze, the stone puppet finally obediently shut its mouth. It then handed a jade talisman to Yi Fei and tried to crush it. Suddenly, an incomparably large amount of information flooded into his mind, almost causing his brain to explode. Yi Fei did not care about anything else. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to comprehend the information. After an entire day, Yi Fei opened his eyes in shock. The battle god Tao contains too much information. Compared to the battle god Tao, the Devil Emperor's Sutra, created by the Devil Emperor, is like a stream compared to the ocean. As expected of an ancient sect that once produced an Einherjar, the power of the battle god Tao had also subverted Yi Fei's understanding of geniuses. In his mind, geniuses were born extraordinary and blessed by the heavens. However, the battle god Tao of the Shuo Saint sect was different. It could actually create geniuses. The battle god Tao was mainly divided into 2 major realms, the battle god realm and the god realm. The battle god realm corresponded to the ancient genius level 10 forbidden area. Every time the ancient genius reached a new level, he would be able to challenge a martial artist of a higher level. For example, Yi Fei's current combat power was 700,000. He could barely reach the level 2 forbidden area of the ancient genius. In other words, he could only defeat level 2 titled Wu Jun. If he didn't have any fortuitous encounters in the future, he would only be able to maintain the level 2 forbidden area. However, if Yi Fei managed to cultivate the war god's path and condense the Azura battle body, he would be able to break through that restriction and unceasingly break through even higher forbidden domains. He would even be able to defeat 3rd, 4th, and even 10th rank title martial lords. If Yi Fei could enter the battle god realm, he would be able to break through to the divine demon realm, which was even higher than the forbidden area. In that realm, Yi Fei's combat power would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, the divine demon realm wasn't the highest realm of the battle god Tao. Senior, didn't the battle god Tao of the Azura Saint Palace mention that there are 3 realms? Other than the battle god realm and the god realm, Why isn't there a third realm mentioned? Yifei opened his eyes and looked at the stone puppet in confusion. The stone puppet was shocked. You've comprehended the battle god, Dao, so quickly? That shouldn't be. This kid is clearly trash. Isn't his comprehension a little too perverse? Yifei rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. Would he say that he had the undying sword soul and could increase his comprehension without limit? Yifei didn't say anything. The stone puppet started to explain, the third realm of the battle god, Dao, does exist, but I don't know about it. I don't think any of the past Shura Saint sons know about it either. If you want to know, you have to go to the Reincarnation Palace and ask the sect leader personally. The core secrets of our 6 great sacred palaces and all kinds of treasures are hidden in the Reincarnation Palace. The stone puppet added, Then what do I have to do to enter the Reincarnation Palace? Yifei asked anxiously. Hee, you want to enter the Reincarnation Palace? Kid, don't you think you're biting off more than you can chew? Let me tell you, the Reincarnation Palace is the place where the sect leader cultivates. The secret to breaking through to the martial god realm is hidden inside. If you want to obtain it, there's only one way, and that is to pass the sect leader's test of the 6 great sacred palaces. So, wait until you become a martial emperor and have enough strength before you come back for the test. Of course, if you die halfway, just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying a few human words, the stone puppet couldn't hold back and began to run its mouth again. Yifei really wanted to kick this stupid stone. Even if you don't praise me, you don't have to keep insulting me. When I become a martial emperor, I'll come back and tear you apart. Do you believe me? Yifei was so angry that the roots of his teeth started to itch. The stone puppet wasn't afraid at all. It continued to paint its body slowly and said, Hee, I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Do you think it's so easy to obtain the inheritance of the 6 great sacred palaces? If I'm not wrong, there's already an idiot outside the heaven-forsaken land who's planning to attack you. An idiot? Is there a titled battle pet warrior Wu Jun here? Yifei was taken aback. Given his current combat strength, the only one who would dare to attack him was the titled battle pet warrior Wu Jun. Yifei couldn't help but frown. He knew that the news that he had obtained the inheritance of the sacred palaces would cause a sensation in the northern region. By that time, not to mention those titled battle pet warrior Wu Jun who had concealed his identity, even the king of the Beiyang kingdom, who was very friendly to him, might be tempted. But Yifei didn't expect that a titled battle pet warrior Wu Jun would come so soon, and that the titled battle pet warrior would secretly ambush him. I wonder who this titled battle pet warrior Wu Jun is. Yifei was lost in thought. Chapter 659. Defying the Heavens and Changing Fate. Yifei was so angry that he almost made a move. He said solemnly, Hide my ass. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. We'll have to fight sooner or later, so why don't we fight now? Yifei's body emitted a strong battle intent. So what if he's a titled Wu Jun? With my current strength, I'm not afraid of them. If I can't even pass this test, how can I face the true geniuses of the Central State in the future? Since I'm cultivating the war, God Dao, I can't back down. Fight! Suddenly, Yifei's mind rumbled. At this moment, he finally understood the entirety of the war god Dao. The stone puppet finally looked at Yifei seriously and laughed with satisfaction. Wahaha! I didn't misjudge you. Kid, you're good. That's how you should be from the Azura Saint Palace. Yifei, remember this. The people of the Azura Saint Palace can have no battle strength, but they can't have no battle intent. As long as the battle intent doesn't die, the battle soul will never be extinguished. As long as the battle intent doesn't die, the battle soul will never be extinguished. Yifei repeatedly pondered over those words. In his eyes, the desire for battle grew stronger and stronger, and the flames of battle grew stronger and stronger. He had an impulse. He wanted nothing more than to rush out right now and have a great battle with the hidden titled martial lord. However, Yifei didn't forget his goal of passing the Azura Saint Palace's test. Senior, Do you know a person called Wang Bai? Yi Fei suddenly asked. Wang Bai? Who is Wang Bai? I'm handsome, elegant, and charming. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. The stone puppet was stunned for a moment before it started talking. Stop. You're handsome. You're the most handsome in the world. That should be fine, right? Yi Fei almost vomited blood. He didn't know what kind of senior would create such a weirdo. At the same time, Yi Fei's heart sank. Was he overthinking things? If Wang Bai wasn't in the Six Paths sacred sect, how would he know that the Azura Saint Palace had the Sky Destroyer sword? Oh right, the Sky Destroyer sword. Does the Azura Saint Palace have the last move of the Sky Destroyer sword? Senior, can you give it to me? Yi Fei asked again. The stone puppet looked as if it had seen a ghost. It cried out, what? How did you know that the sword left behind by my Azura Saint Palace would be the last sword? Yi Fei was in a difficult position. He didn't know how to explain Wang Bai's situation. He didn't even know who Wang Bai was. Upon seeing Yi Fei's troubled expression, the stone puppet did not probe further. Instead, it waved its hand and said, forget it. You've obtained the Sacred Palace's inheritance, after all. Logically speaking, the Sacred Palace's treasures, including me, should all belong to you. However, I'm already so old. If I'm ordered around by a junior like you, I won't be able to survive? Master, get to the point. Yi Fei's face darkened. Just based on how naggy this stone puppet was, he was determined not to accept it. Only then did the stone puppet come to its senses. It nodded repeatedly and said, right, the main point. The Sky Destroyer sword is the main point. Here, this is the last sword left behind by the heaven-abandoning emperor. Extremely reluctantly, the stone puppet took out a black brick and handed it to Yi Fei. It had always used this brick as a pillow. Holding the black brick, Yi Fei was extremely excited. This is the last sword of the Sky Destroyer sword. Back then, the Demon Emperor personally came from the heavenly demon continent and crossed the starry sky for it. In the end, he almost died in the demon's sealing tower. Back then, Wang Bai appeared in the Taishian sacred ground. Could it be that the Taishian sacred ground also had the Sky Destroyer sword? But why did he deliberately give the sword technique to me in the end? There's also the evil demon sword, Saint Zhao Qianjun. Back then, in order to obtain the Sky Destroyer sword, he didn't hesitate to fake his death and secretly returned to the Zhao clan. Now, he's headed to the central region. Yi Fei recalled all of this. His eyes were filled with confusion, doubt, and disappointment. In the end, his gaze became resolute. No matter what, since the Sky Destroyer sword is in my hands, I absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity to obtain the Emperor's destiny. Boom! Yi Fei exerted force and crushed the black brick in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light appeared in the Azura Saint Palace. Rumble. This sword light seemed to be something that the heavens and earth could not tolerate, but when it appeared, the heavens and earth were enraged. Vast heavenly might surged like raging waves, like the sea, and seemed to want to obliterate this sword light. But this sword light was too strong. It was unyielding, it was immortal. It shone brightly, but it was also dim and lightless. It was an incomparably contradictory sword strike, but it was also an incomparably terrifying sword strike. This was the last move of the Sky Destroyer sword, the Sky Destroyer style. A sword could destroy the heavens and earth. What couldn't be destroyed? This dangerous thought suddenly appeared in Yi Fei's mind. Rumble. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the consciousness of the first-generation Sacred Master, which he had forgotten for a long time, suddenly turned into a sword light and rushed out. Bury the sky. The old voice resounded in the air once more. Devour the sky. In the distant starry sky, the majestic roar of the Demon Emperor sounded again. Incinerate the sky. In the mysterious land of the Middle Continent, a middle-aged Confucian scholar looked up at the sky with a cold and ruthless smile. With a sword strike, he burned the powerful enemy that was chasing him to ashes. Destroy the sky. Rumble. His eardrums rang, making Yi Fei feel as if his soul was being torn apart. Through the endless space, he seemed to hear a mysterious voice roaring in the starry sky. With this roar, the heavens and earth shattered, no longer existing. With this voice, Yi Fei didn't seem to see the heavens and earth in front of him. There was only a strange mass of chaotic air. A total of 4 rays of sword light were bathed in this ball of qi and were madly absorbing it. Then, these 4 rays of sword light all fused together, forming 2 rays of mysterious yellow light. One of them entered the mysterious starry sky, and the other entered Yi Fei's body. At the same time, Yi Fei involuntarily spat out an ancient voice. He couldn't understand this voice at all, but the stone puppet standing beside him had a look of horror on its face. Revolution of the heavens and earth, defying the heavens and changing fate. The stone puppet roared out, wanting to prevent Yi Fei from absorbing this mysterious yellow energy. But this mysterious yellow energy was too strong. It perfectly wrapped around Yi Fei's body and tempered it. The stone puppet's complexion was incomparably ugly. The old man that disappeared had at some unknown time reappeared in the Azure Saint Palace. His eyes were incomparably complex as he sighed and said, "Revolution of the heavens and earth, defying the heavens and changing fate. I never imagined that Qi Tian would succeed. Not only did he steal the heaven's secrets, but he also helped his descendants steal the heaven's secrets." The stone puppet's complexion turned even uglier as it heard this. Damn it, no wonder that outsider Qi Tian chose our 6 Paths sacred sect over all the other saints' sects. He must have calculated that this land forsaken by the heavens and the samsara power of our 6 Paths sacred sect can help him deceive the heavens' secrets and protect the world's destiny he stole so that he won't suffer the wrath of the heavens. Elder, Yi Fei is in trouble now. He was originally forsaken by the heavens, and now he has stolen the world's destiny. This is no longer forsaken by the heavens, but envied by the heavens. Throughout history, those who were envied by the heavens never had a good ending. The stone puppet's tone was dignified. Chapter 660. Battle God Position. Is this the fate hidden in the sky destroyer sword that Zhao Qianjun mentioned to me? This fate is so powerful and terrifying. Will I really be able to change my fate with it? Will I have the chance to break through to martial emperor like those emperor-level cultivators? In the vast airflow, Yi Fei didn't hear what the old man and the stone puppet said. All of his attention was focused on the 4 sword lights in front of him. These 4 sword lights were the sword lights of the Sky Destroyer Sword. Each of them represented a special ability. For example, the Sky Burying Stance could weaken an opponent's attack. The Sky Swallowing Stance could not weaken an opponent, but it could forcefully swallow or cancel out an opponent's attack. The Sky Burning Stance was the strongest move of the Sky Destroyer Sword. Its effect was amplification. It could magnify a single attack infinitely, turning it into a terrifying area attack. The final Sky Destroyer stance was not the powerful destruction that Yi Fei had imagined. In its destruction, it actually contained new life. This power seemed hard to comprehend, but with the undying Sword Soul's crazy increase in comprehension, Yi Fei quickly understood the true use of the Heaven Destroyer style. When it was used to kill an enemy, it could also produce a return effect. The Sky Destroyer stance was the final move of the Sky Destroyer sword. It was also the move that consumed the most energy. Every move required Yi Fei to use all the quintessential yuan in his body. However, if Yi Fei was able to use the Sky Destroyer stance to kill an enemy, the Sky Destroyer stance would automatically absorb the enemy's quintessential yuan to replenish the energy used by Yi Fei. This was equivalent to returning the quintessential yuan that Yi Fei had used to Yi Fei. This was equivalent to Yi Fei not using any quintessential yuan to kill a powerful enemy. As expected of an Emperor-level sword technique, the Sky Destroyer sword is truly heaven-defying. With this sword technique, I can finally walk out of the heaven-forsaken land with peace of mind. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fei finally stopped comprehending. When he opened his eyes, he saw the stone puppet looking at him with a complicated expression. Yi Fei felt a little strange, but when he thought of his companions who were still waiting outside, he still asked, "Senior, I've already accepted the inheritance. Can I leave now?" "Of course, after receiving the inheritance, you can leave at any time. When you become a martial monarch, you can come here again and take the sect leader's test." "Yi Fei, are you sure you want to leave now?" asked the stone puppet. "I'm sure," Yi Fei said. "All right then, you can leave through the gate of all life." The stone puppet pointed with its finger. Only then did Yi Fei realize that the gate of all life he had shattered had been restored. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the effect of the power of reincarnation. Yi Fei was very curious about this kind of power, but he didn't ask. He knew that he still didn't have the ability to come into contact with that level of power. Yi Fei nodded slightly at the stone golem, then quickly walked towards the gate of all life. "Yi Fei, Senior, is there anything else?" Yi Fei turned around when he heard this. "No, nothing. Have a safe journey. Remember, when you are outside, do not bring down the prestige of my Azure Saint Palace." The stone puppet's tone was a little complicated. Yi Fei thought that the stone puppet knew that no one spoke after he left. Nodding again, Yi Fei lifted his foot and walked into the gate of all life. "Hey, Elder, why didn't you let me remind him? He has stolen the world's destiny." The stone puppet was very puzzled. This time, the old man didn't appear. In the Saint Palace, only his faint voice sounded. "Why should I stop him? Although a person forsaken by the heavens is abandoned by the world, on the other hand, if Yi Fei can break free from this shackle, his potential will be limitless. In the end, the first condition to become a martial god is to transcend this world." Transcend? That kid has obtained the inheritance. Many people outside are envious of him. Now that he is suffering from the jealousy of the heavens, if he dies outside, won't all my efforts be in vain? The stone puppet probed. The old man immediately understood. "You want to go out and help him? I'll listen to you, Elder." The stone puppet smiled apologetically at the air. Then it felt its body soar into the clouds as it was ruthlessly thrown into the depths of the Azure Saint Palace. "If you dare to call me Elder in front of me again, I'll crush you. You can't help Yi Fei either. What my glory sect needs is an invincible martial god who can lead the glory sect back to glory, not a flower in a greenhouse. If he can't even overcome this obstacle, how can he surpass this world in the future and become a martial god?" "Martial god? Elder, you really have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I just find that kid pleasing to the eye, but you actually have such high expectations for him." The stone puppet smiled bitterly and didn't mention anything about going out. Outside the Forsaken Lands, after waiting for several days, there was still no sign of Yi Fei. Not only did the number of martial artists outside not decrease, it actually increased. Even the bandits had secretly mixed in with the crowd, inquiring about the latest news. "Have you heard? The king of Northern Plains' warship has already entered the desert. It won't be long before they arrive at the Forsaken Lands." Is Northern Plains finally going to make a move? That's right. Yi Fei is from the North Sea and can be considered half a Beiyang martial artist. The king of Northern Plains will definitely be the first to react to the news of him becoming an invincible martial king. Besides the king of Northern Plains, the other rulers will definitely not be able to sit still. I wonder which ruler will rush over first. The young martial kings gathered and discussed amongst themselves. This made Zhu Zhen and the rest very nervous. In these few days of waiting, they had also used their fastest speed to spread the news of Yi Fei becoming a martial king back to Beiyang country. But compared to the other three countries, Beiyang country was too far away. Not long after the news spread, Zhu Zhen received a message from the capital. The king of Beiyang country and the sword maniac Holy Lord had been intercepted by the mysterious titled warrior Wu Jun. They couldn't rush over to protect Yi Fei at all. In other words, no one could help Yi Fei this time. Whether or not Yi Fei could escape the pursuit of the titled warrior Wu Jun depended entirely on Yi Fei's ability. Fu Renjie, judging by Zhu Zhen and the rest, It seems like the king of Bayong country won't be able to make it. Lin Tianjiao and Fu Rinjia stood together and discussed this matter in a low voice. Fu Rinjia didn't say anything, but Qin Mingyao sighed worriedly. Sigh, he's just an ordinary martial artist. The sage sex inheritance and the sacred item are enough to make the titled warrior Wu Jun jealous. I think even the king of Bayong country would be tempted, let alone the other titled warriors. Wu Jun. Lin Tianjiao nodded and said worriedly, Now, I just hope that our king of Bayong country won't come. After all, Yi Fei's combat power is 600,000. If he won the inheritance battle, his combat power might have reached 700,000. He can even kill a tier 3 titled warrior Wu Jun. Even so, Yi Fei won't be able to escape. Although our northern region is lacking in talents, there are still many tier 3 titled warriors Wu Jun. With a combat power of 700,000, it will be difficult for him to deal with a tier 3 Wu Jun. Fu Rinjia finally spoke, a hint of worry in his eyes. In Fu Rinjia's heart, he hoped that he could fight Yi Fei. Boom! Just as everyone was talking noisily, the entire Forsaken Land shook again. The huge gate of all life appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 661. Old Man Qingyan what? Yi Fei came out so quickly? All the young martial kings were shocked. In their opinion, Yi Fei should have hidden in the Forsaken Land since he knew it was dangerous. Even if it wasn't 3 to 5 years, it should have been 3 to 5 months. Who knew that Yi Fei would be so resolute and come out in just a few days? Although they were shocked, they couldn't help but admire Yi Fei's courage. No wonder he's the Sage King of the North. His courage alone is enough to make us admire him. Brother Yi. Hello, Sage King Yi. Many young martial kings greeted Yi Fei politely. Yi Fei, who came out of the gate of all life, was stunned for a moment before he realized that the Sage King they were talking about was him. Sage King, that's a good name. Ha ha! It seems that the Sword Mansion should be renamed to Sage Mansion. Yi Fei laughed as he looked at his companions. Seeing that Yi Fei was still joking at this time, Zhu Zhen and Jing Wushou were so anxious that blisters appeared on their mouths. This was truly a case of the emperor not being anxious, but the eunuchs being anxious. Why couldn't this Yi Fei have a little bit of crisis awareness? Lin Tianjiao was speechless when he saw Yi Fei's calm and collected manner. He knows that Wu Jun is coming to kill him, and yet he can still remain so calm. Perhaps only Yi Fei has the courage to do so. Fu Rinjia could only sigh in admiration. He knows that he's going to die, but he's still in such a hurry to come out. What is Yi Fei trying to do? Qin Mingyao was also shocked. What else can he do? He's just making a last-ditch effort. When Wu Jun arrives, let's see how he dies. Shen Tuming stood by the side and sneered when he heard this. He still remembered the humiliation of being killed by Yi Fei with a single kick. Shen Tuming was taking the risk to stay there. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Yi Fei would be killed by Wu Jun. It would be even better if he could fish in troubled waters. When Yi Fei looked at Fu Rinjia and the other two, he also noticed Shen Tuming. When he saw Shen Tuming saying something to Qin Mingyao, he frowned. Coincidentally, Shen Tuming also saw Yi Fei's frown. Shen Tuming's eyes were suddenly filled with horror. It can't be that strange, right? Could it be that Yi Fei could hear me slandering him from so far away? Oh no, his combat strength has reached 600,000. He is even more horrifying than Wu Jun. If he kills me in public, I will die right away. This wasn't the 6th Saint Palace with the protection of the power of reincarnation. If Yi Fei wanted to kill Shen Tuming would die instantly. Boom! The more he thought about it, the scarier it became. Suddenly, Shen Tuming felt an invisible pressure envelop him. Then he saw Yi Fei raise his foot. Ah, spare me. Shen Tuming was so frightened that he screamed like a girl. His speed broke through the limit of a martial king. He rushed into the desert like a gust of wind and fell down. The other young martial kings were dumbfounded. Yi Fei was also speechless. He didn't do anything. All he did was raise his foot and shake off the dust on his shoes. Why did Shen Tuming have such a big reaction? Unfortunately, now wasn't the time to bicker with such a small fry. After shaking off the dust on his shoes, Yifei raised his foot and suddenly walked towards the sky. He pointed his sword in a certain direction and said, "Come out. Since you're here, why are you hiding?" Boom! The clouds exploded and a withered old man with a sinister face appeared. He wore azure clothes and held a string of skulls in his hand. The young martial kings below were all shocked. None of them expected that there would be a martial lord hiding in the clouds and spying on them. Ah, it's the leader of the demons, Old Man Qingyun, rank 3 titled Wu Jun. Back then, among the demons, Old Man Qingyun was the most powerful one besides the devil-masked man. Didn't they say that Old Man Qingyun and the devil-masked man perished together in battle? I didn't expect him to still be alive. He's the first one to rush over. Many warriors recognized the identity of the old man in green clothes. He was actually a very powerful demon. 100 years ago, he had fought with the mysterious devil-masked man and seemed to have fallen. Now, it seemed that Old Man Qingyun was just faking his death. Yifei was also very surprised. Devil-masked man? Could it be that senior martial brother, Zhao, Qianjuan's alias in the northern region? Yeah, Junior, you actually know the demon Zhao, Qianjun, and even call him senior martial brother. Ha ha, it seems like I've come at the right time. Not only can I obtain the Sacred Palace's inheritance, I can also kill this Junior and vent my anger. Old Man Qingyun stared at Yifei with a face full of murderous intent. Yifei couldn't help laughing. Clearly, Old Man Qingyun was the leader of the evil demons, and was even a 3rd-level titled martial lord. Yet, he called Zhao Qianjun a demon. He truly did not know what sort of infuriating things Zhao Qianjun did to that old demon back then. You want to kill me? Yifei walked towards the sky step by step and looked at Old Man Qingyun. Of course, Old Man Qingyun's face was full of arrogance. He fully displayed the demeanor of an evil demon leader. Evil aura and demonic flames covered his entire body. He coldly pointed at Yifei and said, "Young one, don't even think of stopping me. Although I'm a 3rd-level martial lord, I have the strength to kill a 4th-level martial lord. In front of me, you only have one path. Shut up." Yifei's voice was like thunder. He was too lazy to listen to this evil demon. He also coldly extended a finger and shook it at Old Man Qingyun. "Don't talk nonsense with me. Since you've provoked me, you can either die today or scram. 2 words, choose one." Boom! Everyone was shocked. Many warriors thought that Yifei had lost his mind. How could Yifei say such words to a rank 3 titled Wu Jun, one of the most powerful demons? "Junior, what did you say? You want me to die and you want me to get lost? How dare you? You're just a frog in a well." Even that bastard, Zhao Qianjun, didn't dare to. Boom! Old Man Qingyun was just putting on the airs of a senior Wu Jun and was about to reprimand Yifei and take him down a notch. However, a horrifying ray of sword light had already slashed towards him. "Noisy, if you don't get lost, then die. Junior, how dare you do this?" Old Man Qingyun was infuriated by Yifei's arrogance. His evil spirit spread out like a gust of wind and dark clouds. Ghost Flame Palm. Old Man Qingyun quickly shot out layers of ghost fire, burning fiercely like the screams of evil spirits, penetrating through the void, shaking the souls of people. Yifei also immediately felt that there were countless evil spirits screaming in his ears, causing his eardrums to hurt. Then, he realized that those ghost flames were from the enemies that Old Man Qingyun had killed. He had extracted their souls and refined them into ghost flames to help him harm people. What a vicious demonic art. Then, let me help you completely free yourselves from it. Path of Ares, power of Azura. Go away. Boom! All of a sudden, countless rays of blood-red light appeared around Yifei. He was like a blood-soaked Azura. His chi and blood were like dragons or wild beasts. His desire to fight was overwhelming. Chapter 662. Stomp Explode. Old Master Qingyun was about to go crazy. When he came over, he was full of confidence and had made up his mind to capture Yi Fei and interrogate him about the inheritance of the six-path sacred sex. However, Yi Fei's combat strength was too terrifying. He was only a king sage, but his combat strength was on par with Wu Jun, a rank 3 title martial artist. How is this possible? Old Master Qing Yun's heart began to tremble. However, when he thought about the hidden inheritance of the sacred sex on Yi Fei, his eyes turned red. That was a supreme inheritance that could allow one to become a martial emperor or martial emperor. Who could resist such a temptation? 100 Ghost Parade. Old Master Qing Yun decided to be ruthless. Terrifying shadows rushed out from his body one after another. They laughed sinisterly, causing the bright sky to darken. When Fu Renjia and Lin Tianjiao saw this, their faces changed. They shouted together, "Oh no, that's Old Master Qing Yun's strongest demonic skill, 100 Ghost Parade. It's equivalent to 100 of his doppelgangers. It's extremely terrifying." Their words were clearly heard by Yi Fei. Yi Fei was also shocked. 100 evil spirit doppelgangers. Each of them has the strength of a rank 10 martial king. Old Master Qing Yun, is this your trump card? I have to say, it's really disappointing. Sky Destroyer's sword, burning the heavens. Boom! The huge sword light formed a pillar of fire that tore the sky apart. It also shattered the dark environment that Old Master Qing Yun had created. Only Yi Fei's sword light was left. It was like a raging fire burning the sky and destroying the earth. A single spark can start a prairie fire. At the same time, it can also magnify my attack. This is the burning the heavens. No matter how many doppelgangers you have, there is only one outcome for them under my sword: destruction. Sword fire burning the heavens. It was as if there was a terrifying rain of fire in the sky. Old Man Qing Yun's 100 evil ghost avatars were all screaming and twisting under the fire. In the end, they turned into green smoke in the raging fire and dissipated in the world. Fu Renjia and Lin Tianjiao were both shocked. The tens of thousands of young martial kings who were watching the battle could not believe their eyes. Old Man Qing Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with fear. He could not believe that the strongest demonic technique he had relied on to become famous was so weak in front of Yi Fei. This junior is even more terrifying than Zhao Qianjun back then. He actually destroyed the evil ghost clone that I spent hundreds of years refining with my blood, sweat, and tears. PFFF. Old Man Qing Yun watched as his clones turned into ashes. After the initial fear, he was so enraged that he almost lost his mind. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, dyeing the sky red. However, as Old Man Qing Yun spat out this mouthful of blood, his expression became crazed and sinister. "Yi Fei!" He roared furiously. This was the first time he'd called out Yi Fei's name, and his tone was filled with boundless rage and killing intent. His enmity was simply as deep as the ocean, and it was absolutely irreconcilable. Die for this old man. Demon's Den. The sky turned dark once again. The surging demonic aura formed a terrifying dark cloud. Old Man Qing Yun was in the dark cloud, and at that moment, he was like a ferocious ghost that had crawled out from hell. He burned his essence blood and all his true energy, turning this place into a sinister demon's den. Yi Fei also clearly felt an invisible tearing force trying to tear his body apart, directly grabbing his soul out of his body and tearing it into pieces. This Old Man Qing Yun's demonic technique is so strange. It's a spiritual attack. Yi Fei's expression turned grave. Wu Jun, a third-rank title battle pet warrior, was indeed not easy to deal with. However, Yi Fei did not retreat. Just like how Old Man Qing Yun wanted to kill him to obtain the legacy, Yi Fei also wanted to use Old Man Qing Yun to tell Wu Jun that he was not to be bullied. Demonic War Golden Body. Yi Fei strode forward, looking like a demonic war demon. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Yi Fei relied on the strength of the demonic war golden body to forcefully walk through this sinister demon's den. The power of Azura. He punched. The power contained in his fist was even more horrifying than the special space that old man Qing Yun had created with all his might. With a loud boom, the ghost region was blown apart by the power of Yi Fei's punch. Wah! Old man Qing Yun screamed as well. He had been seriously injured. His sinister face was filled with terror. His indigo robe had been torn into rags. He was embarrassed and angry. This junior is actually so strong. This old man hates him. Old man Qing Yun was about to go crazy from anger. His eyes were filled with even more madness. Yi Fei had just obtained the legacy, and he was already so powerful. If old man Qing Yun could obtain such a legacy. Greed flashed in old man Qing Yun's eyes. All the demonic aura was burning like a raging fire. Miraculously, old man Qing Yun's wrinkled face recovered to that of a middle-aged man. Yi Fei, I don't believe that I can't kill you with my third stage Wu Jun and 800,000 combat power. Old man Qing Yun was in a frenzy. After being suppressed by Yi Fei several times, his face turned red. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Hence, he started to fight with all his might. I'll kill you. Rumble. The sky suddenly trembled. Yi Fei's figure had disappeared. At the same time, a foot stepped out of the void and stepped on old man Qing Yun's head. Old man, you want to kill me with your strength. Rumble. Ethereal force exploded from old man Qing Yun's foot. Before old man Qing Yun could understand what was going on, Yi Fei had already stepped on his head from the sky to the ground. Not even in his dreams would old Qing Yun have thought that a person in the young generation would be so terrifying. Even he, a third-level martial lord, could step on him just like that. Before he even landed, his head was already dizzy from anger, and he furiously howled. However, it was useless. The strength of Yi Fei's feet was too terrifying. He continued to step on old man Qing Yun's head like a cannonball. Old man Qing Yun's entire body was stomped into the ground, leaving a huge crater in the ground. Many people looked at the crater in fear. However, they discovered that old man Qing Yun was no longer in the crater. There was only a pile of meat on the ground. Old man Qing Yun died with his eyes wide open. Many young martial kings sighed. The leader of the demons that had once dominated the northern region had died like this. Moreover, he had died in such an embarrassing manner. Not only had he died, but his reputation had also been ruined. And all of this was caused by Yi Fei. Most terrifyingly, Yi Fei's cultivation was only at the martial emperor realm. If he doesn't die, his name will shake the northern region. Fu Renjie had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at Yi Fei one last time, then turned and left. I didn't expect that even a third-stage titled battle pet warrior like Wu Jun would be no match for him. I hope the monarch of the Beihuang country won't do anything stupid. Lin Tianjiao smiled bitterly. He also turned around and left. He was afraid that if he continued to watch, he would be deeply affected. Only Chun Mingyao stayed where she was. She was shocked and flustered because she had just received a message from the Chun family's forefather. Chapter 663. Wu Jun strike together. That was also the reason why Yi Fei wanted to forcefully kill old man Qing Yun. Firstly, that old demon had grievances with Zhao Qianjun. He could not let the tiger return to the mountain. Secondly, Yi Fei wanted to intimidate the titled martial lords who were secretly spying on him. His intimidation had also achieved a certain level of effect. When Yi Fei was fighting with old man Qing Yun, he sensed that more than a dozen people were spying on him. However, when old man Qing Yun was stomped to death by Yi Fei, not only did he lose his life, but he also lost his face. Half of the titled Wu Jun who were spying on him were scared out of their wits, including the forefather of the Chun family. This is not good. Yi Fei is too powerful. Even old man Qing Yun, with 800,000 combat power, is no match for him. If we go up against him, we might be killed in a second. The legacy of the Glory sect is indeed powerful. Too bad. This man is not someone we can mess with. Some of the titled Wu Jun who were below the third rank of the Glory sect left after discussing with each other. They no longer dared to show their faces in front of Yi Fei. The rest of them didn't leave, but they didn't dare to peek at Yi Fei too often. They were hiding in the dark, waiting for something. Yi Fei didn't care about them. After taking away Old Man Qingyun's infinite space ring, he summoned Zhu Zhen, Jing Wushou, and the others. Zhu Zhen, take this martial saint's bone back and give it to the king of the Northern Ocean Kingdom. Senior brother Jing, go with Zhu Zhen and the others. You can take care of each other. Yi Fei said in a serious tone. Jing Wushou and Zhu Zhen were stunned. Luo Shi and Qin Bing looked at Yi Fei with concern. Yi Fei, you're not coming with us? Me? I cannot go with you. Right now, I have already become the must-kill target of the titled martial lords. As long as I do not step into the 12th level of the martial saint realm, they will not give up on the chance to seize the legacy. Yi Fei shook his head and glanced at everyone one last time. Holding the phoenix bloodsword, he stepped into the sky again and said coldly, I know that some of you are still unwilling to give up and want to steal my legacy. That is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. You can attack me, but if anyone dares to harm my friends and family, I swear I will take you down with me. I swear, even if I can't kill you, I will. Boom. Without saying anything else, Yi Fei ripped apart space with his bare hands and instantly disappeared from the heaven-forsaken land. At the same time he left, 3 aged figures appeared in the sky, one after another. They were all titled martial lords who had concealed their identities. They were wholeheartedly trying to make breakthroughs into stronger realms. Originally, when they saw Yi Fei's terrifying battle prowess, it wasn't that they hadn't thought of capturing Yi Fei's relatives and friends to threaten him. However, after hearing Yi Fei's warning before he left, a trace of seriousness flashed across their faces. This junior is not to be trifled with. Anyway, the legacy is with him. We only need to look for him. There's no need to involve others. Humph, an ordinary martial artist without any foundation dares to dream of becoming an invincible martial saint. Let alone us, even the entire Northern Territory will not agree to this. Bang! The 2 Wu Jun's expressions were cold as they looked down with disdain. In the end, they were still a little afraid of Yi Fei and did not dare to attack him directly. They instantly disappeared from the sky and chased after Yi Fei's aura. Yi Fei and the 2 titled martial kings did not notice that among the crowd, a young martial king's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned as red as blood when he saw Yi Fei leave. His gaze first swept over Zhu Zhen and Jing Wushou, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Finally, this gaze locked onto Luo Shi, who was the weakest among them. His scarlet eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. In the desert, Yi Fei continuously used the Greater Void steps to teleport, trying to shake off the pursuit of the 2 Wu Juns who were at the 3rd rank. However, he had clearly underestimated the determination of these 2 Wu Juns to chase after him. Just as Yi Fei entered the depths of the desert, the 2 Wu Juns used special methods to block him. Do you really want to go against me? There is no enmity between us. I don't want to kill you. Yi Fei stood on the sand dune with a solemn expression. Unfortunately, he did not want to kill anyone. Many times, he had no choice. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the 2 Wu Jun sneered. Haha, you don't want to kill us? Brat, don't think that you can act all high and mighty just because you obtained the sage sex inheritance. Humph. Our northern region can't have an invincible sage king. This is a threat to all of us, titled Wu Jun. If you know what's good for you, hand over the inheritance, and we can consider sparing your life. The 2 martial kings' expressions were cold and arrogant, as if they were certain that they could defeat Yi Fei. After all, they were both 3rd-rank martial kings. Although they were not as strong as Old Man Qingyun, there were 2 of them now. The power of the 2 of them working together was much more difficult to deal with than Old Man Qingyun alone. Yi Fei also knew this. Seeing that they could not come to an agreement, he did not bother to say more. He raised the phoenix blood sword and coldly pointed at the 2. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. What an impudent junior. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us when you're about to die? Give us your life. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying auras filled the sky, causing the space to creak. The two titled Wu Jun attacked at the same time. One of them held a saber, while the other held a spear. Dazzling rays of light turned into two shooting stars, fiercely attacking Yi Fei. Sai, why do you have to do this? I didn't want to kill anyone. Unfortunately, you forced me to kill you. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with helplessness. Then he slowly raised his hand and released a shocking sword light. Soon, the sword light turned into a sword vortex, enveloping one of the titled Wu Jun, Heaven's Burial Style, Infinite Weakening. How is this possible? The titled Wu Jun, who was enveloped by the vortex, suddenly felt that his peak combat strength was constantly weakening in the vortex. From 600,000, it rapidly decreased to 500,000, then 400,000 before he could extricate himself from this whirlpool. In horror, a voice rang out. Boom! Heaven and earth shook again. With the phoenix blood sword in his hand, Yi Fei had already cut the other titled Wu Jun in half. The latter's body turned into ashes, drifting in the air. That's impossible. How can you maintain such a peak combat strength after the fight with Master Qingyan? No, Wu Jun was frightened. He suddenly regretted that he had been too greedy. He shouldn't have chased after Yi Fei with just the two of them. As he shouted, he used all his strength to release a huge ray of sword light. Finally, he got rid of the influence of the Heaven's Burial Style and ran away without looking back. Yi Fei didn't intend to chase him. The moment the titled Wu Jun ran away, Yi Fei raised his phoenix blood sword again. A ray of sword light formed into a beam of light and slashed forward. Damn you! I'm not done with you. Escape talisman. At this critical moment, Wu Jun held back his pain. He reluctantly took out a jade talisman and crushed it. In an instant, he had turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Boom! The sword light pierced through his shadow. Chapter 664. A powerful enemy attacked. Yi Fei's face was a bit unsightly. His current battle power was only close to 800,000. The reason why he could continuously kill two martial lords and force the other one away was mostly because of the Phoenix Blood Sword's amplification. However, even with the Phoenix Blood Sword, his combat power was only on par with the 4th tier titled Wu Jun. If they fought, it wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. If he wasn't careful and the other party took out a sacred weapon, he would be at risk of dying. Judging from this aura, it's obviously a powerful enemy. It's not good to fight head-on. It's better to escape. Yi Fei's face turned serious, and he turned to escape. As for where to escape, Yi Fei had a preliminary plan. He would escape to the underground maze, where Zhao Qianjun used to cultivate. Not only was it Zhao Qianjun's base, but it was also the tomb of an ancient martial sage. There were countless traps and formations there. It was the best place to hide. Wait until I enter the maze and successfully cultivate the God of War path. Then I'll deal with these people. Yi Fei was a little angry. It wasn't easy for him to become an invincible sacred king, but he was treated as prey by the titled Wu Jun. Anyone would be unhappy. Just as Yi Fei used the void steps to leave, a huge sand boat rushed over. On the sand boat stood a man in a yellow robe with a cold face. He stared coldly at the void where Yi Fei had left. He didn't say anything. He just punched out and the void exploded. Suddenly, a gate appeared. The man in the yellow robe sneered and strode in. Yi Fei, where are you going? The inheritance of the 6 sacred sects is not something a low-level martial artist like you can have. Hand it over, and I, Song Sihai, may spare your life. Boom! In the desert, Yi Fei had just used the great void steps to leave when suddenly an invisible pressure came from the void. The pressure was so strong that it almost filled the entire sky. It also sealed off Yi Fei's chances of escaping into the void. Shortly after, a realm gate appeared in the sky. A yellow-robed man with his hands behind his back slowly walked out. His aura was as vast as the ocean. He stood high up in the air and looked down coldly at Yi Fei. It was as if he was looking at an ant struggling on the ground. Yi Fei looked at the man's luxurious yellow robes and quickly realized who he was. You're the king of Northern Plains. Well, seeing me come in person, why don't you kneel? Song Sihai said indifferently. His body was vast and mighty, like the sea, very terrifying. Under this pressure, Yi Fei felt his heart tremble. However, he stood straight like an indestructible sword. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I, Yi Fei, have only knelt to my parents in my entire life. I don't even kneel to the heavens and earth. How can I kneel to you, the monarch of the mortal world? How dare you? How dare you be so weak in front of me? You'd better remember that if I want you to kneel, you have to kneel. Kneel down and tell me honestly about the inheritance of the sage sect. Don't leave out a single word." Boom! The terrifying pressure almost filled the entire sky. It was like an invisible hand that slapped Yi Fei fiercely. It also sealed off all possible escape routes for Yi Fei. What a sinister king of Northern Plains. Not only does he want to kill me, but he also wants me to be humiliated before I die. I will not allow this. At most, I will awaken the undying sword soul and perish together with this old thing. I want to fight. Yi Fei's face was cold. His whole body was burning with golden flames. The battle demon golden body had been pushed to the limit. He wanted to kill and fight now. His actions had completely angered the king of Northern Plains. Although the king of Northern Plains was only a stage for Wu Jun, he was also a genius when he was young. He had even entered the Forsaken Land. His combat strength had already reached the terrifying level of 900,000. At this moment, facing Yi Fei, whose combat strength had barely reached 800,000, how could the king of Northern Plains take him seriously? Kill! Without any warning, the king of Northern Plains had already made his move. A bright full moon appeared behind him. Immediately, it formed a huge shadow of a full moon and slashed down fiercely. Rumble! The desert boiled under this attack. The quicksand turned into dust, and a huge sand dune formed a deep pit. However, above this pit, Yi Fei coldly raised the phoenix blood sword. Endless sword fire surrounded him. The sharp sword light was even more dazzling than the stars as it pierced through the full moon. This caused the Northern Yuan monarch to be greatly astonished. So this is the sage sect's inheritance that you have grasped. It is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you're just a lowly martial artist who doesn't even have a special physique or bloodline. Boom! The wrath of a king could kill 1,000,000 people and cause blood to flow. The Northern Plains king's face was filled with killing intent. Seeing that Yi Fei was still able to resist, a cold moon scimitar suddenly appeared in his hand. The scimitar was as bright as the moon and flowed like water. When it appeared, the phoenix blood sword faintly trembled. Yi Fei's expression also became extremely ugly. He could tell at a glance that the scimitar in the king of Northern Plains' hand was actually a saint artifact. It was even better than the nation artifact of the Northern Plains. It was obvious that the king of Northern Plains was determined to kill Yi Fei. Howling Moon Slash. The saint artifact was raised high and then mercilessly slashed down. The fear of death caused Yi Fei's hands and feet to turn cold. Only his eyes were as sharp as ever. Within them, the flames of war burned fiercely. Senior Stone said that as disciples of the Azura Saint Palace, as long as our hearts do not die, the flames of war will never be extinguished. Even if I die, I will fight. Yi Fei roared. His eyes were red as he raised the phoenix blood sword in his hand. Boundless flames formed a terrifying sword light that ignited the clouds and tore the heavens and earth apart. The power of Azura, annihilation sword. Bury the heavens. Swallow the heavens. Burn the heavens. Destroy the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Fei continuously attacked with his sword, each strike more terrifying than the last. When he attacked with the last strike, all the true Yuan in his body ignited like a raging inferno and then exploded. At this moment, the heavens and earth lost all light and the sun and moon dimmed. Only Yi Fei's sword light and the king of Northern Plains' moon slash rapidly collided and were destroyed at the same time. The complete annihilation sword allowed Yi Fei to successfully block the king of Northern Plains' terrifying attack. Even though Yi Fei collapsed into the pit after using this strike, he had lost most of his combat strength. But the king of Northern Plains' face still flashed with anger. You're just an inferior martial artist, yet you're able to block my all-out attack. Very good, very good. Since you're not willing to tell me the inheritance you obtained, then I'll kill you and extract your soul to interrogate you. Howling Moon Slash. The king of Northern Plains' face was cold and indifferent. He raised the full moon in his hand once more. Although Yi Fei had blocked his all-out strike, he was confident that his second strike would be able to tear Yi Fei to shreds. Not good. This old dog is serious. If I don't go all out, then I might really die. Yi Fei's face flashed with fear before it turned cold again. Go all out. Yi Fei did not look at the full moon that was about to fall. He immediately decided to disregard everything and summon the undying sword soul within his body. Wait. Chapter 665. My people too. How dare you? Yi Fei raised his head and looked at the familiar yet strange figure in the sky. The figure was snow white, like a goddess of ice, ethereal and otherworldly. She was like a queen of fire, full of terror. She walked out of the ice and snow and waved her hand. The cold air in the sky froze as if it could freeze the clouds. An iceberg rose from the ground and stood in front of Yi Fei. She just stood on the ice mountain and looked at Yi Fei. She also looked at the Northern Plains king who was making a move. She didn't know why, but the Northern Plains king suddenly felt a great fear in his heart. A titled martial lord, and such a young, extraordinary woman at that. Who are you? When did we have a new Wu Jun in the northern region? How come I didn't know? As the king of Northern Plains spoke, he raised the full moon in his hand again. A large amount of moonlight emerged and gradually formed the image of a snow-white wolf. God worships the moon. The Northern Plains monarch slashed at Yi Fei with one hand using the moon howling slash and the other hand using the moon-worshipping deity to probe this icy woman. Yi Fei's face turned incomparably worried. Zhao Yu, watch out. He wanted to rush to Zhao Yu's side and protect Zhao Yu like he did in the past. However, Yi Fei helplessly realized that he had used up all of his vital energy to unleash the complete annihilation sword. At this moment, he only had one thing left to do, and that was to summon the immortal sword soul and fight the Northern Yuan monarch. But did he really have to use the immortal sword soul in front of Zhao Yu? Yi Fei hesitated. No one knew better than him how terrifying the immortal sword soul was. Once it was released, it would cause an unimaginable disaster. In that disaster, Yi Fei couldn't guarantee that he would survive, let alone Zhao Yu. Don't worry, his attack is too weak. It can't hurt me or you. Ice and Snow Universe. On the ice mountain, Zhao Yu raised her hand and blew out a sheet of ice and snow from her palm. Instantly, the already cold temperature dropped to the freezing point. Whether it was the king of Northern Plains' howling moon slash or his god worshipping the moon, they were all frozen by a layer of ice and snow. Then, the chill continued to spread from the ground to the king of Northern Plains' body. Crack! The earth was completely frozen. Together with the king of Northern Plains, they were all turned into shining ice sculptures. Zhao Yu, when did you become so strong? Yi Fei clicked his tongue. Zhao Yu's attack had to have a combat strength of more than 1 million. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to freeze the king of Northern Plains so easily. After freezing the king of Northern Plains, Zhao Yu finally had time to turn around and look at Yi Fei. Her eyes were cold and complicated. Sometimes there was killing intent, and sometimes there was confusion. In the end, she seemed to have thought of something. Zhao Yu was embarrassed, which was rare for her. She stomped her foot and deliberately threw a disdainful look at Yi Fei. It's not that I'm strong. It's that you're too weak. You're only at the 4th rank of the titled rank, Wu Jun. I can kill him with a single thought. But you were almost killed because of him? Zhao Yu's face was filled with confidence. That was the innate confidence of DZ martial artists. They were born extraordinary, and their luck was flourishing. For some reason, looking at Zhao Yu, who had reappeared in front of him, Yi Fei suddenly felt depressed. He had fought for his life in the heaven-forsaken land to gain his current combat strength. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, had not even entered the heaven-forsaken land, but she already had a combat strength of 1 million. She seemed to have become a titled rank, Wu Jun. This was the huge gap between them. You've entered the 12th rank of the martial saint realm. What rank are you at now, Wu Jun? Yi Fei struggled to stand up and asked. This time, Zhao Yu took the initiative to come to Yi Fei's side. An undetectable blush flashed across her face, but she still carried Yi Fei and stood on the ice mountain together. First rank of Wu Jun. Zhao Yu said her current rank. It turned out that she had just entered the 12th rank of the martial saint realm, but she already had a combat strength of 1 million. Indeed, comparisons were odious. More importantly, Zhao Yu was a woman. If this news spread, all the young martial kings in the northern region would be sad. On the ice mountain, when the king of northern plains heard that Zhao Yu was only at the first rank of Wu Jun, but she could freeze him in an instant, he almost fainted from anger. He had dominated the northern region for hundreds of years, but in the end, he was slapped in the face by a little girl. The most despicable thing was that Zhao Yu was obviously on Yi Fei's side. I must kill these two juniors. I can't let them grow. Boom! The ice mountain suddenly cracked. The king of northern plains' chi and blood turned into a dragon. His entire body began to burn his essence blood. Stimulated by the essence blood, the full moon in his hand suddenly became like a real moon, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Oh no, he's going to go all out. Yi Fei didn't expect the king of northern plains to be able to break out of the ice. Subconsciously, he immediately stood in front of Zhao Yu. This made Zhao Yu slightly stunned. She didn't know why, but a smile appeared on her cold face. She made the right choice. You're indeed a trustworthy person. Unfortunately, you're destined to have no future. With a soft sigh, Zhao Yu's gaze on the king of northern plains suddenly became fierce. Her snow-white hair suddenly became as red as fire. The ice goddess suddenly became the fire goddess. Zhao Yu's personality also changed slightly. She glared at the king of northern plains with her fiery eyes and coldly pointed at him. You dare to bully my people? Then you'll have to bear my wrath. Boom! The shattered ice mountain didn't disappear. Instead, it suddenly turned into a blazing flame. Within this flame, another flaming phoenix swooped down. It opened its mouth and spat out a strange flame that was even more terrifying than the outer divine fire in Yi Fei's eyes. The blazing flame pillar once again enveloped the king of northern plains who had shattered the ice mountain. This made him scream in fear. Impossible. This is the demonic hellfire. No, I don't want to die. I'm the king of northern plains. How can I lose to a woman? Moon worship. A blood-red light pillar suddenly shot out from the king of northern plains' body. It rushed into the full moon saint weapon in his hand. He was stimulating the saint weapon and escaping from this dangerous flame. Boom! Zhao Yu also attacked again. A broken gray sword appeared in her hand. She swung it forward forcefully. A light even more terrifying than a saint weapon suddenly erupted from the broken sword. That's an emperor weapon. Yi Fei looked at this beam of light in shock. In the eyes of the northern plains monarch, this was a deep fear. He let out a cry of fear and used all his strength to resist this beam of light. But this gray light still shattered the full moon saint weapon in his hand like lightning. It also shattered the king of northern plains' body. In the light of the fire, Yi Fei could clearly see the shock and fear in the eyes of the king of northern plains before he died. Chapter 666. The intellectual sword cuts the threads of love. Zhao Yu, why did you help me? Yi Fei was silent for a while as he watched the king of northern plains burn to ashes, but he still asked the question in his heart. Then, he felt a hand suddenly reach out from behind and hit him hard. Bam! The battle demon's golden body perfectly helped Yi Fei resolve the sneak attack from the person behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know who had attacked him. Empress Dowager, you old witch are not dead yet. Although he wasn't injured, Yi Fei had exhausted his vital essence and lost most of his combat strength. The Empress Dowager's attack still made Yi Fei's body sway a few times. He was about to fall on the spot and coincidentally fell into Zhao Yu's arms. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly felt a little grateful to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's face immediately turned ashen when her sneak attack failed, and Yi Fei even took advantage of her. She roared angrily. When she saw Yi Fei, it was as if she saw an irreconcilable enemy who had deceived her great-granddaughter. She lost her composure and screamed, "Yi Fei, you scourge! Why are you still not dead? Why are you still not dead? How long are you going to let him cling on to you?" Boom! Zhao Yu finally came to her senses. Her face turned red and an icy aura appeared on her body. She immediately froze Yi Fei into an ice sculpture and kicked him 5 meters away. Yi Fei couldn't help but roar in his heart, "Empress Dowager, you old witch." Seeing that Yi Fei had been kicked away, the Empress Dowager was still angry. She immediately urged, "Now is the best time to kill him. If you kill him now, you will no longer have any flaws. Your future path to the Emperor will be smooth." Yi Fei finally realized that Zhao Yu hadn't come to save him, but to kill him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His body shook and the ice sculpture shattered. "Zhao Yu, I didn't expect you to come to kill me." Yi Fei held the Phoenix Blood Sword. Even if he knew that he couldn't win, he wouldn't just sit and wait for death. "Let's fight." With a sigh, Yi Fei helplessly raised the Phoenix Blood Sword. Seeing this sword, Zhao Yu seemed to have thought of something and let out a heavy sigh. "Yi Fei, I don't want to kill you. After all, you're the only person she has ever liked, and the only person she has ever loved." Zhao Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. It was clearly different from the previous Zhao Yu. At the same time, Zhao Yu also mentioned her. Yi Fei's heart suddenly trembled. He finally understood what Zhao Yu meant. After all, Zhao Yu cultivated the supreme, unruffled emotions Tao. This was a very unique cultivation technique. After cultivating, every time Zhao Yu broke through a major realm, he would lose all his previous memories and become a blank piece of paper. It was equivalent to being reborn. Similarly, for the reborn Zhao Yu, his previous memories were of his past self, not his present self. That was why he called her. Thinking of this, Yi Fei's expression couldn't help but become a little gloomy. He knew that the current Zhao Yu was no longer the Zhao Yu of the past. He felt a little heartache and anger. "Old witch, you said that I harmed Zhao Yu. I think the one who really harmed Zhao Yu is you." No wonder Zhao Qianjun would rather go to Zhongzhou than see his mother. Yi Fei stared at the Empress Dowager angrily. These words completely poked the Empress Dowager where it hurt the most. The Empress Dowager's face was frosty. Her eyes were spitting fire as she pointed at Yi Fei and scolded, "Yi Fei, you scourge. I'll teach you a lesson now. Do it. Kill him now." The Empress Dowager turned around and ordered Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu didn't pay any attention to the Empress Dowager's order. At this moment, Zhao Yu's state of mind had once again sunk into the great oblivion. She looked at Yi Fei with a calm and emotionless gaze. "Yi Fei, I won't kill you because you once risked your life to help her, but I must cut off the fetters between us." "How are you going to cut it off?" Yi Fei suddenly had a bad premonition. "It's very simple. Do you see it? This is the Emperor weapon I obtained from the great Emperor of Oblivion's mystic realm. It's called the Intellectual Sword. It's a very unique and taboo weapon. As long as I stab it into your heart, it can cut off the love between you and me, between you and her. When the time comes, the flaw you left in my heart will naturally disappear, and I can completely enter the great oblivion." Zhao Yu took out the broken gray sword. Only now did Yi Fei realize that it was the legendary intellectual sword. Back then, the great Emperor of Oblivion had used the intellectual sword to cut off all love and all enmity with the world. From then on, he became one with the world and became a great emperor of the martial Tao. At the same time, Zhao Yu had disappeared for 3 years in order to find the intellectual sword. She wanted to borrow its unique power to cut off the last link between her and Yi Fei. No, I won't agree to it. Yi Fei suddenly growled. He didn't want Zhao Yu to do this. That's not up to you. Zhao Yu's gaze was very calm. There were no fluctuations in her emotions. She had already arrived in front of Yi Fei. Her power level of 1,000,000 transformed into an invisible mountain. It immediately pressed down on Yi Fei, making him unable to move. Yi Fei could only smile bitterly as he watched the intellectual sword in Zhao Yu's hand get closer and closer to his chest. Zhao Yu, you will definitely regret this. Yi Fei couldn't resist. He could only silently close his eyes. Sorry, I'm not her. I have no feelings for you, and I will never regret it. Zhao Yu's gaze was very firm, but for some reason, when she was about to stab down, her hand trembled slightly. It was as if something in her heart was desperately preventing her from doing all this. The Zhao Yu of the past hasn't disappeared. She is in your heart. You are Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yu is you. Yi Fei suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze became very, very bright. From Zhao Yu's hesitant actions, he seemed to understand something. A hint of panic flashed across Zhao Yu's eyes. But soon, the Empress Dowager's cold, urging voice came from behind her. What are you waiting for? Now that you have been reborn, you're no longer the same person as before. Stab the intellectual sword in, and you will completely forget those memories that don't belong to you. Have you forgotten what you promised, Aijia? Have you forgotten the mission you bear? Or is it that when you see this brat, your heart is starting to soften again? The Empress Dowager's voice became sharper and sharper. Zhao Yu's gaze also became colder and colder. She finally glanced at Yi Fei and suddenly said firmly, I'm not her. My heart won't soften. Pooh! The intellectual sword quickly stabbed towards Yi Fei's heart. Yi Fei also felt a pain in his heart. No, it should be a little itchy. He looked down and saw that the intellectual sword was only pressed against his chest and did not stab down. Yi Fei could not help but be taken aback as he looked at Zhao Yu in shock. Zhao Yu's face suddenly turned red. She felt that it was a little embarrassing to be stared at by Yi Fei like this. Hence, in a fit of pique, she stabbed down again with all her might. Strangely, the intellectual sword was still pressed against Yi Fei's chest. No matter how hard Zhao Yu tried, it could not pierce into Yi Fei's heart and sever the connection between the two of them. How can this be? Why can't I sever it? Zhao Yu was also stunned. Could it be that our feelings for each other are so deep that even the intellectual sword can't sever it? Yi Fei automatically filled in the blanks. Then he saw Zhao Yu's dark face staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.